Hello, everybody. It's Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. Hope you all have had a nice week and are enjoying your weekend so far. It's been a beautiful one for me. Weekend, at least. Week was a little tough, but that's what weekends are made for. RW, thanks for being here in the chat, man. Appreciate that. You're going to be in YouTube for a while. Right on. Might be a bit of a slow start here. I know some people are going to be filtering in a little bit later, so whatever. Try and hold down the fort. All good. We've got a lot of wild things going on in the world, you know. Of course, what's going on in the UK, we discussed quite a bit last week. Would definitely be interested in covering more of that this week if some of the blokes are around. If not, we'll do our best to do it, us Americans. So whatever. All good. Hopefully my sound is adequate. There's nobody on the screen besides me to tell me otherwise, so let me know if there's any issues there in the chat. No, thanks, buddy. Yeah, walls. Questionable. How can I word it? I'm not going to say what you said because I don't have enough information about it yet, but his questionable claims about his military service. He did serve. Whether or not he did what he says when he served or not, that is the question. In other words, did he carry a rifle into combat? Did he take fire? Did he engage? All things that I'd be curious about. Again, I don't think that was her smartest choice, but I don't know much about him, so I thought that the guy from PA, Pennsylvania, that is, would have been a smarter choice, but hey, whatever. She did what she did, Kamala, so whatever. I'm going to just rifle back a few brew dogs and smoke a little bit just to get the vibe going here. Maybe play some guitar. I recorded a rhythm track that I recorded on my phone, which I may attempt to have that play while I play a lead over it. And it is the chords to Knocking on Heaven's Door by Robert Zimmerman, also known as Bob Dylan. Cup of tea. How you doing, bud? 12 F-22s landed in UK this week at Royal Air Force Lakenheath. What is the significance of that? Are they Air Force with Air Force pilots? Or are they delivering them to you for your own Army, Air Force, whatever it's called, RAF, Royal Air Force? Certainly interesting. What's the context of it, Cup, if you know, or whatever information you have? Certainly is quite a plane, that F-22. Our resident aviation expert, Last Dance, will be coming along in a while. I believe he's out having some fun. So whatever. I did not, RW. That's cool. I remember in the 80s and 90s, they made one called the Vanagon, Vanagon, I believe. And the camper version had a roof that kind of popped up, and you had little tent sides to it. And you could stand up in the thing with that roof up. Get yourself a little bed, sink, shaggin' wagon, you know. That fan's a shaking. What was it from Seinfeld? If that fan's a rockin', don't come a knockin'. Scum TV, what's up, Scum? Anticorp in the house. Good to see you, man. Hope you're well. Haven't seen you doing much late night stuff this week. I was up late a few nights. But once the music gets going, you know, that's that. Gone out into the ether. My brain just floats away. So I hope you're doing well, buddy, up there in your northern North American country. We are Americans, you and I. North Americans. Like to discuss Jimi Hendrix if anyone's up for it. Who may be in the chat? Any Hendrix fans? I know Scum, you're a okay, cool, buddy. Scum, you're into the Animals. I know that you're a huge fan of the Animals. Anyone have any opinions about Jimi Hendrix? In particular, this recording of Machine Gun Live. I believe it's the one in Monterey, but it could be Montreux, which are two vastly different places. But it's considered by Steve Vai and Joe Satriani to be the best guitar recording ever. And I do respect those two. They got chops for miles. They are very, very good players. Now, I listened to the Hendrix version that they considered to be the best ever, Machine Gun. And it's good. It's very good. It's raw. It focuses around a theme, which is a somewhat simplistic theme. You know, it's a Jimmy theme where he returns back to the theme of the song constantly as he solos around it and plays his melodies, his melodic soloing, and his chord soloing, you know, which he was very good at. But, you know, I don't know if I can put it up at the top of the pantheon of all recorded guitar music ever. I don't know if I could do that. It's great. The best, I don't know. Paka, what up, dog? My dad's and Mrs. chatted to Jimmy. No kidding. That is awesome, dude. Oh, man, to talk to Hendrix. I hear he was a pretty down-to-earth guy. I've seen some interviews with him. Usually had a beer in his hand. He usually looked kind of high. Man, he was a skinny guy. He really had like no body fat. Definitely did all right with the ladies. I mean, it was a different time, man. Can you imagine? Like when Hendrix went to London, early days, probably what you're referring to, Paca. There were guys like Pete Townsend and Eric Clapton and John Mayall, Blues Breakers. They heard about this guy in town. He's ripping up the clubs. All the OG British blues rock guitar players who all became famous on their own went to the clubs to see this American black fella named Jimi Hendrix. And he was just tearing it up, man. And doing wild things on stage. You know, it might seem like contrived and, you know, a little cliched. All right. I don't know either of those songs, but I can figure them out. Actually, Castles Made of Sand is quite challenging. Well, I could try to work it out, buddy. Um, at the time, nobody was playing with their teeth, playing behind their head, maybe a little bit, but lighting guitars on fire and turning up so the distortion was overwhelming. Just interesting stuff. Let's look up Castles Made of Sand. Yeah, it looks hard as hell, dude. I'm just going to work on this for 1 second. Oh, yeah. I'll give it a try later. Get a couple in me for sure, man. But yeah, I can't imagine being around at that time. Everything I play has already been played, if you can imagine. Every single thing. Nothing can be original on guitar anymore for rock and roll. You can make things sound original, but it's all been played. But back then, none of it had been played, man. Nice. RW's got a watermelon he's going to show off. You were making it up. Like, you're the first one to play it, I'll show you an example here. Fix my microphone. Like, very commonly in rock music, everyone knows it. That's an extremely common chord progression. Back then, nobody had done anything like that, That's used in when I the Beatles' Let It Be uses a variation of that chord progression. You've got let's see what else. Like I said earlier, Knocking on Heaven's Door. Rock and roll music history. Well, I heard somebody talking just the other day. The Eagles, I'm Already Gone uses those chords. I mean, it's like all chords, all these, they're in everything, It's unbelievable how rock and roll just repeats. But back in the 60s, they had nobody doing it before them. You could say loosely the blues, but they were definitely inventing a lot of stuff. Very cool. What's 07? 7. Doc the Butcher. Good to see you, pal. Jimmy didn't die. When he did and lived through the 70s and 80s, I think rap would have taken longer to get going, and I think many young black men would have followed Jimmy. Who knows? Yeah, I mean, I'll give it to you. You know, can you imagine if he had like lived on a little longer, and let's say he teamed up with a bass player like Bootsy Collins, you know, a funk bass player. Now, let's say he got you know, a really good drummer. Well, he had really good drummers in the 60s and a good bass player, Noel Redding, but just saying, you know what, yeah, you got to imagine what could have he become, Doc? What collaborations would he have had? He would have collaborated with maybe Clapton, Page, you know, all the old guys, all the old legends. The band, I'm sure, would have hosted Hendrix. You know, the Beatles didn't really do much in that department, but yeah, it's just a shame we lost him so young. I believe 27. He's one of the club, right? Club that nobody wants to belong to. Jimmy, Janice, Jim, and I believe. No, it wasn't acid. I think it was alcohol, honestly. He just overindulging, sleeping on your back, passing out, asphyxiating on your own vomit. Fucking sucks. Some of the great ones have been killed by that. I mean, sadly, the lady from the Cranberries, I'm sure you guys will. Dolores, was that her name? Dolores from the Cranberries. She drank a lot and then decided to take a hot tub with some candles. And they found her at the bottom of the tub hours later, drowned. Fucked up, man. And yeah, these great talents. I think she had a really wild, weird voice. Sinead and Whitney too. Unreal, huh? Cup of Tea. What was or you guys can just Google it. Fucking the singer for the Cranberries. She had an unusual name, very Irish. Yeah, crazy. Dolores O'Riordan. Yeah, it doesn't get much more Irish than that. Big O right in the middle. Giant O. Tell you that propofol, man. If you've ever been under a procedure or something, I have, and they've used propofol on me, and holy shit, dude! You're talking, and the next minute you're talking again, and they tell you it's over, the procedure's done, and you're like, what? And they're like, yeah, it's finished. We're all set. You did great. Like, this stuff is unbelievable. This propofol, and Michael Jackson's physician was prescribing it to him for sleep. And then you can use this to put people under who are having minor procedures or people who need to be kept sedated for long periods of time. You use this propofol for them. And I don't know if that doctor even got in trouble for that. Just unbelievable. All right, I'm going to get you on here in 1 second, buddy. Kind of wanted to save my jam for when Last Dance gets here, if he gets here. Greg Topple in the house. What up? USA basketball coming off of a great win over France for the gold. Steph Curry putting in a phenomenal performance. Greg Topple says, Jimmy influenced many rock guitarists. Tracy Chapman / Kravitz Morello. Music changes through the decades. Love all music other than 80s. See, I got to disagree with that. Amy, there you go, Amy Winehouse. 80s was fire, bro. Men at Work, awesome band. You know, Flock of Seagulls, damn good. Duran Duran, great band, even though people think their music's a little cheesy. Who sang? I sang. Who sang the song? I'm blanking here. Dance Hall Days. Yeah, Wang Chung. I knew that's who it was. I didn't want to say it, but Wang Chung, good 80s band. You're going to think I'm nuts. Wham, Jitterbug. Nothing beats the scene in the movie Zoolander when all the fellas, if you will, were in the Jeep getting gas and spraying gas all over each other, and they're driving away. And I believe Jitterbug was playing, and the Jeep exploded while Fokker was watching his buddies drive off. The fellas, you know what I mean? The fellas. All right, Winehouse, yep. USA cheated, non-American on the team. Like to hear about that. Bronski beat. I don't know them, bro. Welshman, what up? Good to see you. Pick a decade that I have to remove out of that list. Yeah, granted, fine. It's the 80s, but I still love the 80s. 70s was Pantheon, high level. 90s was new school, you know, where we got new metal and grunge, basically, really fired up, even though grunge started in the late 80s. What's going on here in the private chat? Probably, okay, cool. I've got to get a YouTube tab opened up here, and I've got to pin the StreamYard link in the chat. And we are doing this. This is why it's nice to have Last Dance around. He can do this stuff with he's got co-host level access to this channel. And I've only ever given it to him because I know all of you guys would let every porn bombing weird freaking person in the history of the world jump on here. If so, he's what it is. All right, message pinned. Mute. Let's roll. Let's roll.
Well, hello there, everybody.
What's going on, man?
I'm gonna eat some of my watermelon.
Nice. That thing looks fire, dude.
It's huge.
It's awesome.
Watermeloned out though. Yeah. To your starting topic about Jimi Hendrix, he's an individual that I know of for sure, but I've never really studied into his music in my lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
The last guitarist solo that I saw that someone shared with me was actually from Prince, who I also didn't pay attention to. But from what I was shown in that clip, Prince was clearly at one with his instrument. Like,
you're talking about the live performance of "While My Guitar Gently Weeps."
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
That's very, very famous and very good. Right.
So yeah, kudos to anybody that plays an instrument to the point where they're at one with it. They're just. I mean, I'm that way with like hand drums and stuff, but I've never been able to do that with a stringed instrument or a wind instrument or anything like that.
I'll tell you, in that performance, he had prearranged his big security guard to get right in the middle of the crowd, right in front of the stage. And when Prince is wailing, he turns towards the whole band, and you've got like Tom Petty, Jeff King, all these great musicians up there. And Prince just falls backwards. His security guard catches him, and you see all their faces of surprise and just amazement. They didn't know he had this planned out, and it was just a mad, cool, like he next leveled all the greats with that one. It was so cool, man.
I'm glad his security guard was switched on. That would have sucked.
Oh yeah. That guy.
Just giving Prince and Hendrix some appreciation. I don't know if you want to say Prince and Jimi Hendrix. Anything you want to say about them? Either. I know you like Prince, but what about Jimmy?
I don't really care.
Oh, sorry. Buddy.
I'm all about
Why
Boys.
Prince? Why Prince though?
probably because he was forbidden.
Oh, my wife's a rebel.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my dad took his CDs away from me, and so then I tattooed his symbol on my ankle. So
As you would.
still love him.
Yeah, rock and roll, right? I mean,
Wasn't
still
he?
love,
Sorry,
still love your dad, right? Is that what you meant?
What?
you still love your dad? Is what he's asking.
Oh,
Oh, I wasn't sure if
I
you
meant
were
both.
saying I love Prince or I still love him, my dad.
I meant Prince specifically.
Okay, good.
You know.
Understood. Okay, cool. Good.
What about Jimmy Page,
Why do I know that name?
the Led Zeppelin guitarist?
Oh,
Amazing.
I
Great.
think he was very outside the box. That's why I really liked him. Like when he broke out the violin bow to jam out, that was pretty
say
cool.
what?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
kind of
Yeah.
cool.
And
That
he
was
shredded
dark.
that bow too.
That was during the time of that was after Hendrix lit his guitar on fire at Monterey and like the Who was smashing their instruments. Jimmy was playing with his teeth. People were trying any weird, wacky, wild shit that they could come up with. And
Seems a
I
little
think
unhinged.
yeah, and then so of course, John, he comes out and he's like, yeah, Jimmy Page, I'm gonna come out with the violin bow, and he blew everyone's mind. It was sort of a thing at the moment, in that era,
Right. Have
Do
you
whatever.
seen any? So Smashing Pumpkins just released one of their albums like 2-3 days ago.
Hmm.
And for anybody that likes the 90s feel to the Smashing Pumpkins, they brought it back. So I actually really like the album. But
Cool.
I haven't found any other good releases of music. I looked through the list on Wikipedia of all the albums, and almost 95% of the bands, I have no idea who they are. And when I grab a random one to check them out, they're pretty garbage.
Yeah. Do you remember Pornos for Pyros?
It sounds familiar, but I definitely don't remember their music.
Perry Farrell was the lead singer from Jane's Addiction, of course. So
Okay.
they had a song about pets. It was like, and they make great pets. It was a goofy ass song, but they just released a new song called Agua, and it sounds just like from the 90s. It's really good. I put it on. Oh, you're not on the other Discord anymore. I can
No.
share it. Should come back someday.
I'm breaking out the old-fashioned technology where you write stuff on paper.
I got a legal pad over here.
You didn't burn it out yet? It's still got paper on it?
Well, yeah, my second one does. This one doesn't. This one's loaded.
Good man.
And when you read all the stuff, aphid lick nuclear power plants still waiting. Complain frequently. I'm like taking notes to remind myself what to say when I have a chance to get back in. Half the shit I forgot was
right. I'd like to hear his spiel on nuclear power plants. Oh yeah, my son wants to just put Steve on the screen too because he's currently playing with his friend Steve.
Cool. Nice. Little Steve and Big Steve. Rice and Peas. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Oh, Topple went to a concert last night.
Who did you see? Oh, sweet. Green Day. How was Green Day, dude? It's been a while since I haven't paid attention to them.
They were in the news after the attempted assassination of Donald Trump.
Talking shit.
Billy Joe was on stage with the Trump mask in his hand, holding it up.
Like pro or con? Like, is it good? Like,
he's anti-Trump, so
okay.
he was doing it. People are trying to say, oh, it was a reaction to the shooting, and he was trying to say, like, bring me his head sort of thing. I don't know if that's what he... Yeah, but it was certainly an well, it put him in the news. I don't think they care. I think Green Day's loaded. So
yeah, no, they're funny. I also saw that Red Hot Chili Peppers were doing the closing ceremony band for the Olympics, so I thought that was pretty cool.
So that's tomorrow?
That's today, I believe. Today's the last day, right? Or is the ceremony after the last day? I don't know.
Good question. I think the opening ceremony was on Friday night, I think. Dude, I don't know. Don't quote me on any of this. So
No, the Nexus had an event over the last 2 days for the breakdancing Olympic competition, which I didn't even know that breakdancing was in the Olympics until yesterday. But
I've only seen footage of the bad dancers, and I'm really hoping there were some good acrobatic break dancers. I didn't see any of it, but
for the female,
go ahead.
For the female, like there's an Australian girl that it's trending because she was just so bad that she scored 0, but she still made it to the Olympics.
I saw that.
Ray-Ban or Rayburn or something.
She was horrendous.
She was uniquely, like, she was full trolling. I'm confident she was full trolling, but she had a great time. I'm not sure how many people went after her in the Olympic Village, but we'll see. But when it comes to the men's, I would have expected. I didn't watch it, but I would expect that their level of acrobatics is just phenomenal. Because I was watching the people that didn't make it, and it's just like they're ninjas.
Yeah, they can put one palm down on the ground, like locked against their body, upside down, their whole body on it,
right,
and spin like a dreidel. It's unbelievable, dude. Like the strength to do that is. And
that
balance.
Jewish comment might get you some fire later, but I'm cool with it. But yeah, you think that they're like, if that was me, my arm would just snap in 3 places. You'd just be like, and then I'd go to the hospital.
Yeah, easily just, too much strain on the wrist. It's just nuts. But
and how they bend themselves and hold themselves in a certain position that's inhuman. It's crazy. I'm never going to be that person, but I respect all the people out there that learn to defy gravity.
Yeah, they have loads of lazy freaks spazzing out. Good description.
Is Rice and Peas someone that's come before?
No, not that I recall, but I forget a lot that happens later in the night often. So
I did drop this YouTube in the Nexus, so
okay,
some randoms coming in.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It looks like we had Welshman for a second, and then he's gone. But if he wants to come back and join us, he's obviously welcome to.
I'd love to hear some updates from the UK. I've been so busy this week that I really haven't been able to pay much attention. If there's progress even, or if people are just angry and breaking stuff,
I've noticed that the police seem to be really cracking down on social media.
Like the lady that got arrested for her meme.
Yeah, guy got fired from his job, put in jail for liking something. No, yes,
literally just thumbsing it up.
I think he actually retweeted it.
Okay, I mean, but still,
spreading.
How does that work? Like, you're slandering or you're libeling the government or something, and they don't have free speech, so you go to jail.
Hey, William, good to see you. It was inciting violence against a particular group.
Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, if you don't like that, definitely don't look at any American internet chat room.
Right. I mean, yeah, a lot of that's done with anonymity. I mean, people on here are not anonymous, and we're all pretty straight shooters. Nobody's here keyboard warrioring and saying ultra controversial shit.
Not on the panel.
No, I mean, yeah, but in other places where you would not have your name or face attached to it.
Yeah, people that show their face in VC and talk are a higher caliber of communicators for sure, because they're not as willing to talk completely out of their ass.
Mm-hmm.
Usually. There's the unique exceptions that are very entertaining.
Right. All right, let me grab a beer, and we'll get Welshman on here momentarily.
Sounds good. I don't know if any of you guys saw. I made a mention about the new VW van. It's called the Buzz. It's pretty cool looking. It's electric, so I don't know what to think about that. But it's pretty. It looks like that Toyota SUV that came out a while ago. That looked like a toy. So it's got that toy look to it. But I don't know if it gets good reviews. I'll definitely pay more attention to it. Although it's probably so far out of my price range that I'll just look at it from afar and wave. But it's at least it's cool. They designed something that's cool, and I'm hoping that it has quite a few gadgets on it that are unique instead of
What's
just
this now?
the Buzz, the VW van.
Hmm.
I have the link at the very beginning of the private chat just to show like the design concepts on their main page. But
Cool.
I love VWs. I've never owned one. My grandfather owned one. I helped him fix up and sell. We literally fixed it up, drove it out of the shed, and as soon as we got out of the shed onto the main road at the campground, someone bought it. They're just like, "We want that car." I've never seen that in my life.
Cool. They are classic. Going on, Welshman? How are you?
Good evening, all. Good evening.
Howdy.
How you doing, man?
Good.
I'm tired, but I'm good, man.
Hey, Welshman, with you having a somewhat presence known online, have you caught any slack or anything?
I caught that slack about 4 years ago.
Right, but not from this recent round. I hear they're going a little crazy over there about this shit, man.
No, not so far. Like, I mean, I don't know what they would ever say, like, because I didn't do any tweets or videos about the original attacker or the false attacker that they originally said it was.
Hmm.
So
are you purposefully being careful not to talk about certain things because of it?
Well, that would be a yes. But yeah, I'm always pretty careful not to run down that train that everyone's running down, get into that answer and get into press retweet and all that. Thankfully, I don't do like loads of tweets a day and videos. Once again, I'm pretty cautious in what I and when the police said what they said about that he was a Welshman.
I resent that.
Christ, there we go.
Yeah, actually Cardiff is what they said.
Yeah.
And then I heard I was on another chat room and somebody was like, wow, everyone from there is like totally rich, like wealthy beyond belief. And I'm thinking, God, people don't know what the hell they're talking about here, man.
Yeah, Americans think we're all like second cousin of the royals and stuff,
Right.
But you're not?
It's crazy. How can we be rich? It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So is there any change in the atmosphere of the government there or in society of the people like there was at 9/11 in America where all the civilians came together? Not so much with the government, but
well, I mean, to break it down, I'm now living in a say an Eastern Europe sort of state. We are now in that trap, and it was a trap we all knew we were getting ourselves into because of what happened with the Conservatives. But we're straight on the old the hammer and thistle territory, hammer and sickle territory.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't condone. I condemn what the protest fell into.
Right.
Simply because completely going after the wrong people.
did it affect the Brexit situation in any way, shape, or form? Like speed it up, slow it down, or just that's mythical anyway?
That doesn't even come into our thinking, our reckoning. So, yeah, I mean, the hotels business was just like retarded on so many different levels.
So what happened? Did people try to commit arson?
Yeah, there was no direction. There was nothing, just idiots out. And I mean, things like Baker's got looted. And when obviously if Baker's is getting looted.
You mean like flour and sugar, Baker? That kind of thing?
Yeah, the Greg's, which is like a chain. I mean, there was people running on the road with pasty trays and stuff. I mean, it was fucking retarded on so many different levels. But of course, when people are frustrated, they don't feel they're being listened to and all that. You end up bringing the worst out of people, and sadly, that was the end result. You know, they went after the wrong people and they fell into just bullshit.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, the misinformation I think you were talking about before I came live is crazy. So, I think it's a 55-year-old female was sentenced to about 12 weeks in prison
Mm.
for being the first person to give the false name of the beast in Southport, and she gave this name, and she's now been sentenced and imprisoned for being like the first person to do it, which is absolutely, absolutely fucking bonkers. Because if she believed what she was printing was correct, and it came from some some sort of Russian edited, some sort of online thing. I don't think it was anything to do with Moscow Direct, just what it was. And she was sentenced for it. But then a couple of days later, the whole mainstream media and government fell for a complete fake psyop, which was 100 protests going out throughout the UK with the non-existent EDL that doesn't exist at all for the last 9 years. And they fell for that story, spread it around the country, made everyone petrified, shut down loads of shops in all these towns and cities throughout the country because they like braced themselves to this like 100 protests, and nothing happened. When I say nothing happened, like you might get a few people who were watching the news, so I'll come down and have a look. But there was no organized protest. There was nothing because it was all a lie, and they've now admitted that they fell for it basically. But why? You know, the question I asked earlier on was just someone else was: are the editors of these mainstream medias, the papers, and the government officials that announced this fake story, are they now going to be facing jail time because they would have done it on the belief that it was correct, like she would have done it on the belief it was correct, and they're both fake.
What do you know about it? About this situation? Do we know who it was?
Yeah, he's been named. He's been named now. Yeah,
Was he a British citizen?
yeah. He was a British.
Did he have an
citizen.
acid burn on his face, Welshie?
Not to my knowledge.
Not this time.
Was he born in Britain?
Well, I believe he was born in Cardiff. I mean, some would say he's as Welsh as I am. Well, as I would say, he's about as much Welsh as I'm Aborigine. There we go.
Okay, so yeah, this is kind of the situation. Like, there was a lot of misinformation about it at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
And then people started flipping out because they were jumping to the wrong conclusions. And then it sort of got this wave going that kind of this wave traveled outside of the scope of this one thing because it was all based on fuck all anyways. It was misinformation. So
Yeah.
the whole thing has just spiraled, and now it's the passions and the anger of people over the last 10, 20 years that's coming to a head here, come to a boil.
Well, see, what happened is we have a leader that made statements that were just incendiary. I can't say the word. It's always this time of night I can't speak properly.
Incendiary, yeah.
Incendiary. Where he's basically labeling everyone as far right, and I mean, basically, if you show concerns and about three little girls being slaughtered by some beast and another 8 being stabbed, then you were labelled basically under his statements as far right. So you were one of all, which is so crazy. It would be like labelling every Muslim in the country as an Islamist. It's like in the Palestinian protests, you know, that there is extreme people there, but there clearly isn't extreme people there. There's people there who believe they're right and are all there for the good reasons. But to label everyone down that same road is only going to inflame an already inflamed situation where there's a certain percentage of the population, and I would suggest that's
I've upset the natives, Steve.
That's okay.
yeah. It's just that the public, especially a lot of the working class areas, just feel like they're not being listened to, and his statements just sort of enhanced that and actually profiled it even more and made it more aware that that was the case. I mean, for example, this Manchester attack that happened 2 months ago, where I don't know if you've seen some chaps had an altercation with armed police, and the armed police kicked the one in the head. That was the first video. About 3 days later, the full video came out.
The airport, right?
Yeah, where they'd already knocked 2 female officers to the floor and in the process. The break on the nose was big cuts and everything. So, and then that was the full video, but they still haven't been charged. Yeah, in these riots, which they, in some cases they clearly were riots, they've already been sentenced, and then they haven't even been charged. They're on bail.
Yeah, doesn't seem right. I mean, you guys, it's fucked up because the police are doing things over there that are abhorrent, going after people for the ridiculous things. But in this case, the police were getting their asses handed to them, like badly. They were getting beat up, and these cops were trying to immobilize this. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it didn't look good, but it was probably necessary to the situation, I think, honestly.
Well, like I said, it was totally organic. There was nothing planned. There was no organization. It was a shit show. And that's basically it.
Hey,
You got a dude in the back chat or the green room that wants in without showing camera, so you might want to let him know how it works if you want him on.
Yeah, you got to at least turn your camera on, dude, for a minute. I don't know you. Yeah, jump on, Topple. I know you. Scum TV's at Burger King.
Yeah, I haven't got my face simplified, but
But you verified I saw you.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, Steve will look at you and work it out from there. So it's up to you, pal.
Right.
He'll know if other people want to see your face or not.
Riddle, what's
a
up?
Pretty good judge.
What's up, guys?
How are you, man?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay.
It's nice.
How's what's your thoughts on this? And have you been following this UK situation much, Riddle?
A little bit. This started with the Southport riots, because of that murder with 3 children. Yeah, it sounded like, from what I hear, that the media is mostly at fault for this because of the misrepresentation of the current situation, as well as focusing too much on the murderer and not enough on the kid. That's what it looked like, anyways, because they made it seem like he was among the victims. The way they were portraying him in that age too, like a picture of him when he was 10. So it kind of made it. They're 10-year-olds, right?
No, I think the ages of the victims run from like 5 to 9.
Yeah, so they were really young, and that's kind of the problem. So they were kind of portraying him as just as young, but he was much older than that. So just the way the media was covering it was kind of the last straw for a lot of people. But yeah, people did jump to conclusions because the media wasn't straightforward with it. Basically, just sounds like it's the media stemming the flames of chaos.
You want transparent media news? That's something you enjoy?
Yeah. When they can be.
Yeah.
It would have been nice if they treated it like in this country here, where a 16 or 17-year-old mass murderer, yes, we'll name them. A 16-year-old let's say shoplifter, they're probably not going to name them. So this kid was a fucking mass murderer. They should have named him. I don't understand why the delay.
The reason why they said they didn't ID him immediately is because he was 17 and not 18. So in the UK, under 18s get protection.
Yeah, but wouldn't he be charged as an adult?
Yeah, what about his crimes?
Well, no, because he's 17. So that's what they was. That's basically how they said it, and I can sort of understand that. They've got to follow that. But what they could have done was filled in the public with as much information as they possibly could to quell and subdue any misinformation or give it, because they knew the internet would be rife with theories and names, etc.
Are you saying though that over there's no scenario where a 17-year-old would be tried as an adult?
There is scenarios. So John Venables and the James Bolger murderers is John Venables and Tom, which someone was telling me in the chat. They no, were they? I don't know. I really don't know. I might be wrong there because they were really young. They were like 12. Were they tried as adults? I think that in the back of my brain, I think they were or something. They were like really young lads.
Yeah, I don't see how you can have lenience
so
on certain
I can't
actions.
really.
I don't care how old they are.
Decades ago. It was decades, so I'm not 100%.
So their excuse was to just show pictures of him when he was 10. That just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, so I think yeah, he was either 10 or 6. I think you might be right, 10.
What's up, Goon?
Yeah, we've charged kids as young as 10 or 11 here. There was some kids who did some sick shit and got charged as adults. They got life in prison as preteens. Yeah, I mean, there are crimes that I do think attain that. And, I'm not going to go into them here, but they're pretty fucking gruesome, and usually involving other littler kids. So that's how the justice system works here in the U.S., obviously. But
justice system, I think you said that wrong.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's a shit show. It's awful, and but by the way, everyone reacted to basically a false lead where they named him. The press have then just gone nuts on it, and instead of waking up and sitting back and actually blaming the people who allowed this to happen, rather than blaming the people that took the opportunity to come here, they went after the wrong people, which should never be the case. To be fair, especially in the way that all played out.
Does anybody here pay attention to the stock market?
Yeah,
I know it's been dropping the last week.
Well, the S&P broke a record. Was it on Monday or no? Thursday, the S&P broke a record, and so it's giving people hope. I don't really pay attention to the stock market, but I know a lot of people talk about it for the economy. Do you guys think that the U.S. economy is going to rise in the next 4 years, or do you think we're going to continue to crumble, or stay even where we are now?
Depends on who gets
there on a line, yeah.
Honestly, I think this is a small check for the stock market. I think it's going to be a fairly quick rebound because the country overall is actually doing okay, but things are out of whack. People, current cost of living is up 11% since 2021. Now you go into your boss Riddle and be like, "Well, I need an 11% raise from 2021 till now." They're going to be like, "No," that's what I'm thinking. Like, it cost me 11% more just to live the same way I lived 3 years ago. So
even with groceries, it's only 11 more.
Hey, Steve, that's Bidenomics for you, mate. That's Bidenomics.
It's more than me. It's more than that here for me.
Yeah, I think that's like an average spread out over everything. Like gas might be the same for your vehicle. Like gas hasn't been too wild. Groceries is a big thing.
Groceries is brutal, man.
Yeah, that's a huge thing. Rent for people who are renters is high. They're talking about interest rates for loans now. They're like 6.4 for a house. I'm like, God, that is still so high. Like 3.3 10 years ago. Now 6.6. That.
Do you think the Zoomers are going to get the opportunity to buy a house in a good scenario, or do you think those days are gone?
They're gone.
Well, an easy way to look at it is say 6.6 interest means that for every 100,000 you borrow, that's $6,600 per year. So if somebody borrows a house and borrows 500 grand, that's 5 times 6.6, which is going to put you around 35,000 a year in interest alone. And then you add the mortgage payment on top of that. And that's not a extravagant amount to be borrowed, 36 grand a year in fucking interest on a $500,000 loan, So
even where I am, 300,000 is unheard of for a house. It's low. It's basically trailer park zone under 300,000.
Right. Yeah. And back, I don't know if it was like this for you, but in the mid-teens, 2015, 2014, mid-300s was a good house. Now those houses that were mid-300s around here are like 600.
Go ahead.
They've done like surveys where they take your annual wages or an average annual wage, and they even work out the average house price, and they work out and it's never been more. I can't remember the numbers exactly now, but I think it's like 10 times your annual wage.
I can give you a personal experience from my family on knowing the market is, a place on the Eastern Shore near Chincoteague being purchased for $20,000 30 years ago, and now selling for $300,000. The house in Maryland, an hour away from DC, being bought for $315,000 back in the early 2000s, now selling $750,000, $800,000. Like, it's unbelievable.
Chincoteague's a nice town. I've been there before.
It's really cool. A
lot of cats. We stayed in a hotel, and because the kids inside sleeping, so we're out on the deck getting wasted at late night. And after all the stores closed, all the fucking cats came out and were hanging around in the streets. I was like, what the fuck? There's all these wild cats. I guess there's no winter, so that's probably
the government council. No, there's still winter there.
I don't know. These things seem to be pretty healthy, and there was a whole gang of them.
Hopefully they were eating the mosquitoes, though. Mosquitoes will kill you in Chincoteague.
We were there for one day. I bought a fishing pole and some bagels. And we left. It was
you didn't catch anything? You didn't fish?
No, I just was I literally snapped a rod there, went and bought a new one to replace it, and then we made it to the Outer Banks the next day, which I caught a lot of fish there.
Do you see a lot of? Are you near the ocean, Riddle?
Maybe like 40 minutes away.
Okay. Is beach fishing super popular on the beaches near you, or not really?
Depends on the location. Like, I wouldn't say that it is in Malibu. Ventura County, maybe. I don't know. I'm not really a beach person, so I don't really go there often.
Okay.
But people still do it. But
so
I couldn't say how popular.
What climate is your vacation ideal then if you're not a beach guy?
As long as it's not snowing, that's fine with me.
Okay. I mean, the Rockies with snow on it are also an experience.
Yeah. Well, I guess driving on it would be a whole different story. That's pretty
Only
much my only issue.
snowmobiles.
I don't mind the snow, but it's the driving up the mountain part while it's snowing is.
What if you had a snowmobile instead of a car?
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I'd be all for that.
It's all about
Snowmobiles
what
are
you
great.
got.
Yeah. Now, if that's the case, then yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Have you seen this technology they've created for avalanches, like the jackets that puff up in a ball to give you a period of time to survive.
No, what?
Yes.
For real?
They're pretty
Yeah.
cool. And I think
me
they
check-
self-deploy, right?
Mhm.
Yeah,
me check
because
this
you're
out.
like jacked up in this avalanche, so it doesn't need human interaction to deploy.
Yeah, there's also little mini scuba tanks you can have with a mouthpiece
Yes.
that's right there by your fucking mouth, so you get some air for a little while.
And GPS as well.
Oh, there you
GPS,
go.
transponders.
An
Um,
alarm, a beeping alarm as well.
I want
Yeah.
the jetpack that shoots me up out of the snow, so I'll get that model whenever that one's on the market.
that would
That-
probably
that's
tear
$1 million.
your shoulders off.
I'll take torn shoulders versus dying in the snow.
There was a viral hit where a chap was skiing down off piste, and he just went in one direction, and as he skied past, he noticed a snowboard just dangling out of a tree
I
stump.
saw this.
This is one of the craziest ones ever, because he sort of stopped about 20 foot, 10 foot past and thought, did I just fucking see what I saw? He turned around and it was wiggling, the board was, and he went back. Like, it took him a while to get back up, and he dug him out after about 3 minutes. But the guy was a brown brother. It wasn't an avalanche. They're called tree something.
It's called the tree well.
Yeah, and
Tree
it just fucking
well.
plugs you in, mate. You're done.
What does it do? You like quicksand
So-
or what?
Yeah,
Well, like,
it's like a void. It's like a void.
Yeah,
around
like
the-
a
around the
pine
trees.
tree will grow like this, and it's like if there's 8 or 10 feet of snow, like there is in the high Sierras and Donner Pass or out west. The only thing you see is this little thing sticking out of the ground like this tall, but the tree is like 10 feet under the snow because the shape of the tree is like this. If you like catch an edge on your snowboard and go and right in head first at just the right angle, you go down in the air between the tree and the snow. It's weird. It's this little hole where there's just like air and branches and like a lack of snow. And this kid was stuck.
And they say it's basically impossible to get out of. The only way you can get out of it is with external help. And obviously, because it's like a coffin, and he's completely off piste.
New fear unlocked.
Yeah, crazy one. Crazy one.
Yeah, the kid lived, and he told the guy he was pretty much expecting that he was going to die. Because after he's freed and shit, it's wild. God,
because your
so
breath would
close.
freeze the ground as well, so I think you end up suffocated in there.
Myriad of things. There's another famous one of the Nutty Putty Cave. This kid caver went in the wrong direction down this cave, 400 feet underground, got stuck upside down with a weird angle. They could never get him out. They filled in the cave with cement and put up a plaque, and that's it. Nuts, dude. But they couldn't get the kid out. He was in like an unreachable spot. Stuck. Crazy shit. Same situation, upside down, you know. But the thing as I read real quick out on that, as a lot of people said in the comments, I watched, it was a YouTube video. The good thing about caves, you don't have to go in them. You know, I'm like, the kid goes all the way to this fucking furthest spot and he can't get out and he dies. You know, it's like, when does logic take over and you just turn around?
Too late.
Well, it's mostly lack of experience, Steve, isn't it? Because a lot of these like potters and all that,
what could go wrong,
experience,
Welshie? What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, exactly. You die. I mean, it's fucking crazy. I wouldn't want to be in a tight space where my chest is against the one side of the concrete or the rock, and then my back's on the other side, squidgy through, and you got a big void there. Like, fuck that.
Right.
There's a spot in Australia where I was backpacking, and we climbed the large rock mound in this mountain area, and the rock was split at a certain spot, and it sloped down, and then it split in the ground, and then up was a ledge, and there was a whole new section. So the guys were like jumping across, and I was like, this is not smart, but I'm going to do it anyway. So I jump across, no problem. You know, we're hanging out, having fun. And then when we go back, I jumped across to the other side, and since it had that slant, I started sliding this way down into the crevice. And
Hmm.
I was lucky enough that I flipped over on my butt and spread out, and my friction stopped me before I fell into the crack. But if I would have went down there, it was far enough crevice that it would have, shredded in me into a little puddle by the time I hit the wedge point.
Yeah.
Oh,
You'd have
Scary.
bounced off it like a ping pong, but you either side of the walls.
you wouldn't ping pong much. It would just shred you for a while, and then you'd squeeze into the
Okay.
tight space.
Oh, it was ice.
That
Yeah.
was a maturing moment for me where I was like, I'm not gambling that level of my life. I'm not interested.
Yeah, that stuff's scary.
There's also a crazy deep dive place. I can't remember where it is, but it's so infamous. It's claimed
Yeah.
so many divers.
It's a hole, like a blue hole or black, like blue hole.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, well, and what was crazy about it is that they went to rescue really famous divers down there, and then they ended up dying. I think one got up out of the four and went down.
Yeah,
And-
there's a video of a diver down in one of those. He's got a camera filming like a body cam, and you can hear
he's dead and he knows it, but he's filming it, isn't he?
Yeah, he's poking around on the bottom and talking gibberish, like his brain has gone into like hypoxia, oxygen deprivation, and he's
and these
not making other sense. And there's a documentary of other divers analyzing it, and they're like, why is he saying that? It doesn't make any sense. He's like so confused. Like,
but he'd be a painless death, right?
No, then he like starts fucking with his mouth thing, and he's pulling it off, putting it on, and like then he dies. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what you got to remember as well is that the guys were going down to rescue another group that died like a year previous. And these were the best divers in the world. They had then planned it. These were like the real deal. But basically, they were the A team or SEAL Team 6 or whatever it is. SEAL Team 6. They were the fucking people, for that job for deep sea diving. And they all got taken. What you watched the same movie I have, Steve.
Yeah,
it's fucking crazy. They didn't. I think one survived, but I think 3 got taken out. And like you said, they were so fucking confused.
Right. Here's the all-time fucking dive videos is when the guys go down into the ship that's down on the bottom of the ocean floor.
There's a guy there.
There's a fucking guy alive in an air pocket, and he's down like 300 feet under the ocean, dude. It is the most.
He's some chubby black guy. He's like, hello.
Yeah, he's just sitting there in this space with water. His feet are in water, and there's air. And these divers are shocked at first to see this person, and then they have to leave him there and go up and get a whole dive suit.
Yeah.
They bring it down and put it on him, and they guide his ass out and brought him up to the surface, and he lived. Like, unbelievable. The rest of the crew died, drowned.
And now he teaches Bible seminars for a living.
He should. Dude's got a touch of blessing.
His face is hilarious because the guy's wearing a body cam. The guy's wearing like a head cam. So as he appears into a part of the boat hull,
right?
That's this guy's face.
Yeah, it's wild.
The technology we have with drones, though, definitely opens all of that stuff up to us now, where all those guys would die to even explore and see if there was an opening or, sometimes they find treasure. You're like, well, how the hell did people a long time ago get here? How many pig bladders did they need on their belt to get this deep in a hole in the water? Like,
well, that stuff's very interesting, man.
Yeah, I'd like to see the next Planet Earth if they do it with drone technology and show like spots we've never seen before and stuff. That'll be awesome.
Oh,
true.
Talk about the Trump assassin thing. Have you seen the body cam that was released? In fact, I've seen that body cam footage before.
On the roof?
They say when the guy lifted him up. I seen that footage literally a couple of days after.
Wow, they hadn't released it at that point.
Well, they say that they haven't released it, but I'm positive I seen that footage originally. Honestly, but because unless I heard of a statement that was made, because he said that when he went up there, he seen the guy and he jumped down and he fell over as he jumped down. It just everything. Anyway, the craziness about it all is I know. I don't. It just gets more bizarre every minute, doesn't it? When you, I mean,
Well, what's the crazy part? Like, can you summarize what that footage showed? That
well, I believe that copper had already said that roof needs to be, this needs to be here. And
Let me ask you this, Welshman. Like, did he jump up on another cop's shoulders for a quick
Yeah.
peek and they kind of
Yeah.
tumbled over together? And then the cop starts flipping out and he's looking for a
Yeah.
rifle. He's like, there's a fucking guy on the roof.
Yeah.
And then someone else is like,
Well,
why aren't one of us up there or something like
it
that?
sounds like the Three Stooges, just the way that you're describing that whole scene.
It wasn't that bad. The cop had the right instinct to look up there,
Yeah.
but then in the process of him looking for his rifle, the shit hit the fan.
He should have just fired his rifle, his gun into the
100%.
air.
If the radios aren't working, let's throw some
just-
lead.
Yeah, just throw some
Yeah.
lead into the air, into space, right? Out the way.
Yeah, come on.
Just fire a load of rounds. Everyone would duck. And of course,
Trump would be covered. That's for damn
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know if that's protocol, but that's not a bad idea.
I thought
Well, all the
because-
protocol wasn't being followed anyway, so what does it really
Yes,
matter?
the best thing to do is he could have laid off like 20 rounds into the soil.
Yeah. Even if he lost his life from a sniper, which would suck, he still tried to
wouldn't-
protect
He
the
wouldn't-
asset.
I don't think he would have.
No,
I don't know. If they didn't even shoot the bad guy, who knows? But
Mind you.
Murphy's law.
Yeah, mind you don't know what the fuck they were up to at this point, do you? There's so
No,
many
no.
questions.
How does this relate in your mind to the JFK assassination? Because
Not at all.
it's just so, it's to me, just to finish the idea, it's so bizarre. There's so many holes and failures and everything across the board that
If you put
just-
two of those failures, think about it now. If we break down the failures, if you put two of those failures together, right, that would be like a complete shit show, wouldn't it? I think if we broke this down, there's about 8 or 9, 10, maybe 12 failures. Things like pulling them over, or finding a rangefinder or a drone with it.
Yeah.
Just simple shit. I find out that shit later on.
But that's not
mean-
even failure. That's negligence, right? That's a whole new level.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's so crazy. It's unbelievable. We can put so many of them together. I mean, Milk Bar TV, they've done a great video. I promoted it on my channel. Well, they've
I'm
actually
curious.
done,
I'm
they've
curious
done
though why.
the real time. They've done the real time breakdown. I don't know if you want to play it, Steve. The real time breakdown. So what he's done, he's put all the angles together in real time. Right.
If you share it in the back chat, I'll check it out later. That's for sure.
Well, I'll put it in there now, and hopefully it's only 2 minutes long.
right,
Steve will play it.
Sure, if it's good, if
Yeah,
it is good, I will play it.
Before you
right
go,
back.
Steve. Oh, okay.
You get it.
I just want to hear why you don't think it's related to JFK at all, or has any vibe similar when you get back.
I can answer that. I just mean when you say related, that makes me mean that you think they're directly related.
Oh no, sorry, no. I hope not.
But otherwise, you mean when you say related, do you mean
The
have
experience,
have
how the news
similarities?
was. Yeah, like what the news did, like how the world, like was it a massive failure across the board again for the Secret Service, or was it more of a planned out scenario? And like it's just I don't know how it relates because I wasn't there.
This was a much bigger failure. Back then, they had the guy driving around multiple city blocks in an open top limo. Fucking, how are you gonna have security on all of those buildings, all of those windows?
The last
That
stop,
was
innit?
just a
No
suicide mission for
no
Christ's
more
sake.
open
Yes,
top,
that's
is it?
exactly
No more
what it
open
was.
top. In the back chat,
But this thing here with Trump was a fairly benign situation from a security standpoint, one would think.
Yeah,
We've got
one would think.
we've got thousands of good shooters, snipers that are vetted that they could have used if they, for some bizarre reason, didn't have enough with the Secret Service. They could get guys, okay?
They
No
could pick
big
any of my
fucking deal.
neighbors.
Yeah, I mean, they've got tons of feds that can shoot and special ops guys. I'm sure they can just grab them if they need them. That's what they do when they need to, put a 50 cal in a Somali pirate, right, or whatever. So we know there's guys if we need them. The fact that they didn't have adequate coverage of a building that was that close, people on the ground pointing at him, like people screaming about it. This cop pops his head up like the fucking Jack in the Box and gets a quick glance at him and then falls and he's scrambling. I mean, just a comedy of errors. It's certainly a joke. That's for sure.
I mean,
Right.
I'm curious, Riddle, over there in Cali, when you're at work and hanging out with the guys, what the average topics are that come up in that, over there in Cali? Like,
I don't know, man. They're all speaking Spanish or Persian, so I can't really contribute.
oh man, no bueno.
It's a strength.
Nah, you know what's funny? It's true though, unfortunately. But the ones that I do hear, honestly, they're mostly about entertainment stuff. Because I'm next to like the inspection department, right? And those guys, I can hear them all the time talk about stuff. They're about my age, maybe like a few years older.
53.
Getting there, yeah. It's usually I'll just hear them. They'll just talk about like American entertainment, like 80s music or the current show that's out. Like honestly, basic stuff. Like
Okay.
I don't hear them
Not
talking about
sports.
politics, honestly.
Not sports, not politics, right? Yeah. I'm just
Maybe
curious.
like Olympic stuff there'll be sports
fair.
like basketball stuff. Pretty much mostly basketball, depending on the season of whatever sport's coming out.
Right. For me,
Just
back
regular
in the day in
stuff.
the workplace, it was what did you watch on sports last night? But all that generation, I was the youngest for sure. They were all in their late 40s to early 60s.
Nowadays it's different. I don't know.
How often, Welshie, do you? I mean, when you're hanging out and recording stuff, it looks like you're very social. But during your week, how often? Hey, Dance. How often are you in a group chatting environment besides here?
I can do daily. It's mostly not something I practice all the time. If I wanted to, I could. But yeah, maybe a couple of times a week.
Okay.
Look who it is, my favorite person. How are you, Ren? Good to
We
see
hear you were
Ren.
taking one for the team. Thanks for doing that.
Let's see.
Just kidding, buddy. How you doing, Last Dance?
Good.
Hey, Ren.
Good.
What'd
How you
have
guys
for
doing?
dinner? Good veggie burger?
I had vegetable fajitas.
Very
Nice.
Good flavor for you. I made homemade salsa today with half of my stuff from the garden, the other half from the grocery store, but
Sweet, salty, or acidic?
salty and tomatoey with some
Nice.
lime juice.
Sounds good. Sounds very good.
It
Yeah,
was.
I'll W that link's in the back chat if you want it for later.
Yeah, I grabbed it. I have it in my watch later.
Yes. Good.
And I
Glad-
do actually go through my watch later every once in a while. I don't just accumulate 5,000 videos like my wife does.
Yeah, I mean,
It's like a historical document for a time capsule for her.
That's funny. Huh. Well, where were we? The Trump
Dan-
assassination. Did I miss anything on that?
do you want to play the video, the real time video?
Sure.
We didn't really push that topic once you left.
All right.
Good. So basically, of all the footage there's available, apart from the rooftop footage that is now new,
All right, Ren.
he's got everything apart from that, and he stitched it all together in the real time it happens. So you get to see the real time, and it is glaringly like the shit, alarms being raised, people shouting, "This guy on the roof."
All right. Echo warning, volume warning on this. It's a bit peaked. Ready?
Look, they're all pointing.
The Atlantic, maybe the Pacific.
Yeah, someone's on top of the roof. Look. There he is right there. Right there, see him? He's laying down. You see him?
Yeah, he's laying down.
It's just army crawling. Nothing to see here.
And still everything fighting like hell to get a Senate.
What's happening?
And
There's half a dozen people, maybe a dozen people raising the alarm.
America better than ever before. We're going to make it.
Yeah, look.
And it's
There he
not
is.
easy because we have millions and millions of people in our country that shouldn't be here. Dangerous people, criminals. We have criminals. We have drug dealers. We have people that should not be here. And it's much tougher than if it happened.
There he is.
Ever.
Just laid down.
In
It'd be better
recorded
if they were
history, we're the
counting
best
down
border.
instead of up
In
on
fact,
the
if they
timer.
could ever put up a chart, I don't know if they can do it. Do you guys
At
have
what point do
access
they
to
put
that
it
chart
down?
that I love so much?
And
You don't
say,
mind if I go
"Chuck,
off
you gotta come down
teleprompter,
here."
do you? Because these teleprompters are so damn boring. I try and explain
I don't
that.
think the kid liked him
Oh,
going
there's
with
it.
the-
Wow. You guys are doing it. They're getting better with time. My guys, take a look at that chart. Take a look at the arrow on the bottom. See the big red arrow, right? So that's when I left office. That was the lowest point, and that comes right from the government services, comes right out of Border Patrol. Take a look at that. So that arrow is the lowest amount of illegal immigration ever in recorded history into our country. And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And
Is that
if
the
you
copper? Is that the copper running through his car? You went back 10 seconds. Yeah, it is. It's the copper running back to his car.
That is so crazy.
Yeah, if you go back to 1 minute 50, I think we see the copper going back to his car. You know, the one who's, we see his body cam running back to the car?
Who screamed he's got a gun? Was that a police officer?
I don't know, but the game was already up by that stage.
Those people saying there's a guy on the roof, there's a guy on the roof. Okay, America, if there's a guy on the roof near anybody, whether you who's a public speaker that you like or
And they're
dislike,
and they're
clearly
pointing
they're
their-
fans of Trump. You should be screaming your fucking head off to get some cops' attention. They were somewhat benign. I'm not throwing shade on them. I know they didn't know what the hell was going on. The guy was like 2 millimeters from shooting the corner of his skull off, for Christ's sake, you know? I mean, it was so
Yeah, but what's crazy, if you've got an aerial shot of that area there, which they had high spots, they had someone on a water tower, for fuck's sake, they would have seen a dozen people facing the opposite direction all of a sudden, pointing at other people, and you would automatically look, because all of a sudden, out of that whole crowd, a little section of it is just sort of, they're looking around and they're looking towards me, roughly, because the water tank was behind that. And it's just crazy how they didn't pick up any of that, and they just said, "Well, there's something going on the east side. Look on the, you know what I mean? There's no community. There's nothing."
it's really terrible.
I mean,
Yeah.
didn't they tell some of the police officers around, but they ignored it?
Yeah. People said, you know, when they gave interview, they said they told them, but they totally ignored them.
Yeah. Bad
Great.
dereliction of duty. There's another, even more recently, a different sector of the U.S. government is coming under fire for apparently targeting Tulsi Gabbard in her flights. I mean, is this really happening? Last Dance, do you think this is real? I mean,
It apparently is real.
it seems so outlandish.
Can you
Yeah,
tell
it's-
us? Can you explain a bit more? Because I've never heard of this.
Last Dance, do you know any of this?
Well, I'm not an expert. I'd never heard of this program before. It's called the Quiet Skies program, but it's one of many. It's just one of the many programs like the No-Fly List that are designed to stop terrorists flying in and to the United States.
Politicians and journalists like James O'Keefe.
Yeah, so it's apparently being, like everything from 9/11, it's being abused.
Patriot Act.
It's being abused and used against non-terrorists who, as far as anybody can tell, they are just the only crime they've committed to get on this list is to be to be a critic of government policy and to deviate from administration narratives.
Seems like a healthy republic, last dance.
Well, I don't understand why it's not a bigger deal. I do understand because half of, or 75% of our media is in league with the DNC, so they're just going to ignore this instead of doing their job and finding out details. But it really bothers me. It seems to be part of what I've been seeing out of this administration from day one, since it took office, and I'm beginning to think that it's a little worse than it seems rather than better than it seems, because I have a feeling that this administration is being run not by the president, who's not in the best mental shape, but by a coterie of Democratic Party advisors. And that's a very dangerous thing, because that means that this government can be used to go after enemies of the Democratic Party.
Yeah. So I take it you're not voting Democrat in 3-ish months.
I'm not going to vote for the Democrat, and I'm not going to vote for the Republican for president. I'm going to vote for the Libertarian. But
that's fair enough. I presume that anyway. But like I said, there's no way you could then vote for the Democrats if that's your feeling. Obviously, please.
Well, I mean, the woman attained the rank of lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserves. She was a legitimate candidate for president.
Right.
And they're following her. They're wasting so many shifts of people to follow her from airport to plane to flight to airport. I mean,
apparently when she's on a plane, she's followed by marshals. She's followed by explosive experts. It sounds like 10% of the plane passengers are just there to follow her.
So the federal government pays the airline, I believe, the airfare for each air marshal or otherwise, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Well, they'll have to, wouldn't they? Public purse again.
So Friendly Skies was in the like $400 to $500 million a year budget. So clearly they're flush with cash. They're just fucking jamming. I don't know what the hell they're doing there.
Quiet Skies.
Quiet. What did I say? Friendly?
Friendly Skies. I think that's like an old United trademark. Fly the Friendly Skies of United.
In the UK, we have 40,000 on the watch list now. Okay, I think we got like 1,800 or something, or 900 under permanent watch or something. It takes like 3 officers, 3 shifts of 8 hours. It's not. I mean, I can't believe they wait. But they do the same in the UK. So,
hey, what do you guys think of Tim Walz?
He did come waltzing into the vice presidency quite smoothly. He's a combat veteran. He's fought in full combat, carried an M60, an AK. He carried everything, all rifles he could carry. He had an arm load to go into combat. No, I don't know. Apparently, there's controversy about that right now, in that there's a stolen valor thing going on about it.
Can I make a quick statement on that? So GOP lawmakers who served in the military have attacked him for leaving the National Guard to return for Congress shortly before his unit deployed to Iraq. So that's the disappointment amongst the soldiers.
Not surprising from given his track record.
Well,
I don't know much about the track record.
I heard he put tampons in the boys' toilets in the schools, which is always interesting.
Yeah, and you know what else he did? He did a rat out your neighbor campaign if they have a gathering with a couple buddies and have a few brew dogs and grill up some fucking ribs in the yard. Rat them out because they're breaking COVID laws.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's the real scumbag. That is like
He had
that's
a,
really
a whole hotline set up for it too. But I think probably his most notable moment, besides maybe besides those, was the fact that he let the riots keep going on, and he didn't call in the National Guard when I believe the mayor asked for him to call in the guard, and he just ignored it and didn't do it.
Wow.
And
This
his
guy's a
wife,
character, isn't he?
I guess, oh yeah, he's a good one. I guess his wife was in some kind of interview, I suppose. I'm not sure who like the interviewer was. I'm sure you could easily look it up. But she was saying that she was enjoying the smell of the burning tires, and he called them agents of change. Agents of change.
I read that statement about his wife.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, that's insane.
It is insane, and I do believe, at the time, the attorney general in this state, who now is the governor. Whoa, thank goodness, she's so great. Maura Healey. At the time, she said about the riots and the fires, sometimes it takes a forest fire to grow new trees. Essentially saying, burning down these cities is okay because what we're going to get, the regrowth of the forest, is going to be far better than the forest that was there before.
So what she's doing, she's actually condoning people's death because people died during the riots and the burnings. I'm sure people actually caught in fires and actually ended up dying in some fires. So she's basically condoning that. Which is fucking clown.
Publicly, not even privately.
There's a Labour councillor that actually said he has been arrested and bailed, and he's been suspended from. He's to cut the throats of fascists. And you think to yourself, well, that's rather clever, isn't it?
He's very. He just reminds me of Gavin Newsom, in my opinion. He's supposed to appeal to like the Midwest voters, supposedly. I don't see it. I think that he's actually more appealing to California voters, in my opinion, according to his policies.
Well, he doesn't appeal to me, and I'm a Midwest born and bred.
Oh yeah.
I'm now an East Coast elitist, but I grew up in Chicago, so.
He appeals to you?
He does not appeal to me, not even a tiny bit.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, just to go back on the novelty thing about the old tampons in the free dispensers in the boys. You can imagine the boys' toilets, can't you? Of all accounts, they got destroyed straight away. But you can imagine the games that happened. Just the stupidity of teenage boys with tampons. Be launching around the school and they're just flicking them on roofs. The gym ceiling would be like number one target because they wouldn't be able to get it down if it's stuck up there or shit like that.
It just does seem kind of wasteful and nonsensical. Maybe if I don't know, dude.
I read a statement that they said. This is now. I'm sure it's attributed to him that a boy could hold it in his in his belongings in his rucksack. So if one of his girlfriends, happens to need it, he'd have one for her. And he'd be the white knight. It's like no, that's not how it goes.
Yeah. No, that part usually doesn't happen until marriage, and not when you're in fucking high school. You're not getting your high school sweetheart her tampon from the boys.
And it's not going to turn around and stick with it in his rucksack just in case one of his girlfriends, happens to. It's just crazy.
I thought they were for bullet wounds.
That would work. It would work.
Yeah, but you still got to pay like $3 in quarters to get one. You might bleed out.
Yeah, you could either be called a pervert or a survivalist for carrying a belt and tampon.
Yeah. I'm all for providing free menstrual products and all, but I just think that there's a better method of distribution than putting them in the boys' bathroom.
Yeah,
I think it should be, instead of like the fire system to put out the fire, they should just have like boxes that explode with tampons.
Yeah. Maybe put them in the girls'
like a pull lever here.
Yeah. If having midlife crisis or gender ideology, just boop. I don't know.
The thing is,
in the case of gender dysphoria,
it's not even an argument, though, is it? Because if you turn around and put them in the female toilets and the disabled toilets, it covers all bases. Even if you've got one of those people that like sticking a tampon up their ass, then it covers all bases. So that's fine.
No, and
It doesn't need. It doesn't have to be like put into the boys. It doesn't serve any purpose, does it?
right now, yeah, wife here saying I don't have a problem with them giving away free menstrual products in schools. No, not at all. I'm just saying, if in fact it is true that they put them in the boys' room, I don't really understand that. I do think it's
Because if
great
you
that they give
identify
them.
as a girl, correct? See, this is where
Yeah, I mean, I completely understand it. It's all this ridiculous, left wing. A woman is a woman, or it's a man who says he's a woman. It's that ideology,
Yeah, but,
and he's perfectly happy to cater to it, even if it's complete nonsense.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't seem right to me.
Yeah, but Steve,
Of course it's not right.
if you identify as a girl, then you go in the gents' toilets, would you? Because you identify as a girl. This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because they would be using the women's restroom, right?
Correct.
So that doesn't make sense. Yeah,
Whichever's
it just-
cleaner, dude.
It's always the women's restrooms.
I don't know. I've heard some stories that's not always true.
When it comes down to it, I really don't care so much with adults. Like, I do it to a sense, but when you're talking about kids, I just think it's just keep. I don't know. Why can't they just be kids? And like boys use the boys' room, girls use the little girls' room, and that's all they are: little boys and little girls, and that's that. I don't know. The whole fucking thing is
the thing is, Steve,
gone fucking crazy, dude.
When you say that, I don't care about adults. Well, you should, because your children can use adult toilets.
That comes into it. That comes into it.
So when you look
if it's just me in there and a woman's in there next to me, I feel sorry for the poor lady. But I'm like, hey, you want to be here? Here you go. Right.
I have a segue. Oh, okay, go ahead.
It's not hard. It's not complicated. Men are men, women are women. You don't need to put tampons in the boys' room. It's as stupid as it seems at first blush. It doesn't get any smarter when you think about it more.
It gets worse.
It gets stupider and stupider. And if someone does that, they should be considered suspicious. It's not the whole. It's not the whole issue, but definitely someone who thinks that way should be, they should be considered suspicious. You should doubt the rest of their agenda.
If their choice is illogical and you're about to put them in a higher office to make more decisions, that should be something people think about.
I agree.
But in my opinion,
go ahead. Buddy.
I was going to say, in my opinion, it's actually very logical to them, right? They have a reason for doing it. They're trying to cater to a certain thing. I think they know exactly how ridiculous it is, but they do it anyways because it scores them political points for their voter base, right? A lot of people support that for some reason.
All right, let me take a poll amongst you guys. What defines male or female? Chromosomes or sexual organs?
Well,
how many votes do I get?
From birth, not that have been changed medically either. You can't change chromosomes.
What constitutes sexual organs? Like, what do you mean? How many?
So if a person is born with a vagina but has male chromosomes, which has just happened in the Olympics.
Oh, the Algerian fighter?
Yeah, so this fighter was born with fully functioning female reproductive organs.
So
nothing male about that. But
but that's an extreme odyssey. We can talk about it, but it is an extreme. It's that very.
Wait,
very
so
it's extremely rare.
They can have babies?
Yeah.
I don't think
know.
so.
I don't know if that's the case.
Well, whatever.
I don't think they have.
Well, that matters a lot.
I think they outwardly show as a female, but their chromosomes say they're male. That's basically it, isn't it? That's it.
What's the syndrome called?
Moore's or something like that?
Yes, it's something. It's very rare. However, it might not be so rare amongst female athletes who are boxers.
The probability is much higher, especially at the level.
Or any female athlete who's in a sport where strength and speed are critical.
It's chromosomes. That's it. Bottom line. That's it.
Well, okay, that's fair. I would say for the purposes of competition in sports, it's XY chromosomes. It's going through male puberty. Those are the things that matter. For everything else in life, someone who's born a female and lives as a female, I have no problem with them
What is the? I mean,
being
what is
called
the,
a female and
It's
being
ma'am.
treated as a female. Exactly.
I would dig
Well,
if
things
they
like
just
sports,
if
things
they
like
have
sports especially, it's just got to be level playing field. And I think the most levelest way is the chromosomes. I understand the craziness and how unfair it might seem for this happens, this unfortunate person, but life's unfair. Sometimes you've got to cater for the majority, not for the very, 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 very small minority. I think maybe I don't know the percentage, but I think we're talking in the percentages rather than even a 1%.
Did that boxer with that condition end up winning gold?
Yes,
I believe so.
today.
And did that condition of her chromosomes change her bone structure and muscle structure to
Her
a
strength.
more manly?
Absolutely.
The individual has XY chromosome.
But she doesn't have the ability to produce testosterone per se.
I don't think she can give birth either. I think that's
So-
not the case.
It's I guess it's about musculature and form, like her body, her bone structure, her muscles, her ability.
Why are you using the female pronouns right now, though? I'm curious.
I don't-
bother.
I think.
Well,
I think she is a female. The question isn't whether or not that. The question is whether she should be competing against females. She was raised a female. She was born a female.
But your original question was, is it based on XY or genitalia?
Right. I guess then my question has morphed into is it suitable for her to compete in sports
I mean, the reality is
against women?
I would suggest in this person's case, I'll say it. She hasn't cheated anyone. This is just something this actually turns out that she's got, and that that's something different. And I don't blame this person for trying to, but I'd suggest this. What's unfair for her is fair for the 99.5% of the female population.
Yeah.
You've got to cater for the majority, full stop, and you've got to make sure it's
I-
fair.
I blame the
agree.
IOC. I blame the IOC on this one.
I think this is a dicier situation than the one in the collegiate thing from a few years ago when the person who was clearly a man was growing his hair long and won the NCAA swimming.
Leah Thomas.
Leah Thomas.
That was way more cut and dried to me than this Olympic one. That one was, there's no way this dude should be swimming against women. This one, this person was born as a female, and it's an unfortunate occurrence that something that was completely outside of her control happened, that she got this rare combination of female genitalia with male chromosomes. But it's unfortunate, but that makes it so she shouldn't be competing against women outside of her control. The Leah Thomas thing was essentially a choice by that dude.
I would never.
You know what I'm
never
saying?
I would never openly call Leah Thomas a woman. It would always be a dude.
I mean,
Okay.
there were swimmers who were talking about how uncomfortable it was to have to be in the friggin' dressing
He had his
room.
junk out. They could see his junk. Now, I'm sorry, but I mean, under
Her
those
junk, you
circumstances-
bigot.
Yeah.
Their junk.
Yeah,
So
it's
I'm going to
so
answer the
crazy.
poll question just quickly. I'm going to go with XY. I think the original standard was what you can see. I don't know how long we've been using the chromosome standard or even knew about it, but I'm content sticking with that. For the 1 in 20,000 people that have the syndrome, I'm not sure how often it's going to cause an issue in society, But when it comes to boxing at an Olympic level, if it is clearly a fact that they're in a different caliber, I don't see how that's a fair fight. And so I think that they should figure out a medium if this group is going to be growing.
This is true in this sport too. It is to hurt the opponent, so that you have to have controls around it. That's why, like, medium weights don't fight heavyweights and stuff unless you're in Japan in that crazy Bushido league, and they fucking fight all kinds of different crazy people, but sizes. You know, in normal places, you match.
Once again, that's you know, like you said, that's like the minority of sports that allow that to happen. Like you said, the majority, like you said, is
wild.
What about the male's featherweight, though? Wouldn't that be a more close, or is that still a league apart?
I think a male's featherweight, they would still kick women's ass. Like, honestly,
The individual that won the gold in the boxing, though, that same individual.
Probably. Yeah,
just
most likely.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean, will she be able to, or they would be able to compete in it? That's for sure.
Right. I don't know where they would rank.
They'd probably be like a mid boxer, probably not even that well, you know.
Dude, if you've ever watched the best featherweights in the world, their punches are so fast, the men, that you really can barely see them watching TV. Right. Their combinations are so fucking fast. This woman would be
dead.
Sheets, bro. Sheets. On the fucking bed.
I mean, it sucks because if they want to compete, they have to wait till they have their own caliber. I'm sure they can find them around the world if there's 1 in 20,000.
Steve, let me make the comparison with women's tennis and men's tennis. You know, the difference in serves and like the speed is crazy, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What is the mile per hour difference?
145 for the blokes now. I think it's like 120 or 10 or something.
For the men, or the women are 120?
Yeah, women are like 120, I think.
Okay, but they break the 100 barrier. I was curious. I mean, like Venus could probably send that ball pretty damn fast.
Yeah, but like what sport did you make that comparison? What sport was it, Steve? You made a comparison just then.
Swimming.
Oh, boxing.
Yeah, the boxing, the featherweight. Like you said, like you compare the men's sort of grass court speeds, volleys, and rallies.
It's unbelievable.
To women, and I prefer to watch the women in that case, in that sort of speed, because you can pick up rallies sometimes. But it's like a different league, isn't it? It's like fuck, you know.
Oh yeah, totally, man. There was a tennis player, a male, who was like the 600th or something ranked in the world, and he played some. I can't remember what tennis player it was, top 5 female, and beat her. And this has happened over the years. I mean,
even with the swimmer you're talking about,
Bobby Riggs lost to Billie Jean King, I believe.
Yeah, that's the famous one, isn't it? Yeah, that's real.
That was kind of a dumb age in American sports history.
He was an old man.
Yeah, he was
Steve is basically saying that men are better than women in a roundabout way. Pretty much in all categories, we're just dominant.
The best one was John McEnroe.
Absolutely no response.
Is that just not just like the basic fact? Like it's just, it just is.
You must have seen John
non-debatable
with Venus Williams, where the woke presenters were asking him, how would you come against Venus Williams? And he said, well, you know, I think Venus is brilliant and all that, but she wouldn't stand a chance with me. And they were like, wow, how can you say that? She's the best in the world. Yeah, she is the best in the world as a woman. I'm not taking anything from her. She's brilliant as a woman. And they were like, how dare you say that? And he's like, do you want me to? I'm not going to change my opinion. Basically, she's brilliant. And the thing of it is, when she was interviewed about it, whichever one, Venus or Serena, she agreed with John McEnroe.
Okay.
She didn't go down that woke route. She went, yeah, he's right.
Yeah. Yeah, there's another one that Navratilova has come out against a lot of this.
Yeah, she's not having it, is she?
No, and she's a lifelong, lesbian, and she's not having this shit in women's sports. She's a proud female athlete that compete against women.
Yeah.
Lesbian or straight, they're still women. But once you start adding these,
So we've got
Man.
a similar. We've got a similar sports
Crazy,
star called
dude.
sportswoman called Sharon Davis. She's the same sort of age period as Martin, tennis player, Navratilova, and she's come out and she's like outspoken like Martina is.
Hmm.
She's fit as hell as well, by the way. And yeah, it's quite funny. There's some sports like veterans are like, no, I'm not having it. I'm not having it at all. Which is good because
Yeah,
the
sure.
youngsters can look up to these veterans and say, they've got my corner, even if my controlling body haven't got my corner, and the Olympics haven't got my corner. They have.
Mm-hmm.
Mark,
Hey, Riddle. Go ahead, Last Dance.
I just wanted to say that Martina Navratilova was, many would argue, a pioneer in homosexual and rights.
Yeah, no problem with that.
Even transphobe, even trans rights. She had a trans coach in the 70s, an openly trans coach in the 70s. He was Richard something, and he became Renee Richards.
No, I said Renee. I can't believe that.
Yeah. So, and that was her coach, and this was open, and she, of course, she took nonstop shit every moment for that, both for her open sexuality and for her having a coach who was a trans person. But she did it. So I don't think that doesn't mean that she's correct about everything, but you probably want to listen to her because she's definitely not afraid to go against
the narrative.
Yeah, and that just shows like she's a logical thinker. Great. She's a lesbian, awesome. Trans coach, don't care. They're not expected to compete against each other or anything. And freedom is great. I'm all for all of what she's doing. And then she goes and sees what's happening to her fellow women when these like Leah Thomas types come in. And she says, no. We've come so far to get here. What are you doing letting this guy in here? He's huge. He's a man.
Steve's right. Posey Parker's a big, huge turf, as they like to call her. And she had a go at Leah Thomas when she was competing. She called her a dude and stuff. She screamed out, that's a man and stuff. And then some person comes up and says, "How dare you say that? How do you know she's not a woman?" And she goes,
her testicles are showing.
No. She said, "I know what a dog is when I see it." I don't have to be she goes, "Oh, you some sort of doctor?" And she goes, "No, but I know what a dog is when I see it."
I'm not a veterinarian.
I have a question for the group that's not based on women with testicles. Did you know that the Google company was considered by a judge to be a monopoly? That was a ruling that happened this last week.
I heard something like that. Yeah.
Is this the antitrust thing, or they said that they're actually not a monopoly?
The judge is ruling that they're a monopoly based on their ability to control the amount of information in the search engines.
Okay. Because they are. I mean, clearly they are.
It's becoming detrimental for any other person to have an opportunity. I don't see how people can't just work. I don't understand how that's a monopoly. Like, how can people not create their own platform anyway?
Well, a lot of them do, but they get suppressed with one way or another.
They get both sides of that.
I mean, look what happened to Parler.
What happened to Parler? Oh, it got destroyed for politics, right?
Yeah, I mean, because it was supposed to be a conservative platform, right? But they got delisted or whatever. I forget the terminology, but I think Amazon cut off the web service hosting for them or something like that.
Or whatever it is.
So they got killed on launch.
Multi-corporate, yeah.
So that's basically stuff like that happens all the time.
They're not all one big corporate.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
But they're all politically aligned, so there you go.
Gab's about the only one that's still here, isn't it?
Gap?
Gab.
Gab.
I never use it.
Gabbo.
Yeah,
Gab.
so that's supposed to be the only really independent left, I think.
Rumble, maybe. I don't know.
Do you think that there'll actually be any type of breakdown of Google or separation of Google, or do you think they're just going to smack out of court with their ridiculous wealth?
It doesn't matter what you find them, does it? You've got to take action. So that's the only way. They got to break it up. I mean, that's what that's what they do.
I just
the
don't.
UK, when things get too big, you got to break them up sometimes. Yeah, and that's, I suppose.
All right.
You can find them, but what will that do?
We can circle back to this if it comes to it, but Riddle had brought up before Tim Waltz. Let's bring up his counterpart. Any thoughts
on Vance?
Anybody?
Or
Vance? Yeah, what is going on with Vance? I don't know much about the guy. I keep hearing about this
couch.
Pardon my language, fucking a couch story.
Ah, yes.
What about this? What's going on with that?
That was fake.
What's wrong with having sex with your couch?
That was fake news, and I'm not gonna say just
come on, man.
This was fake. It was a complete fabrication. Even like places like NPR are saying how this is fabricated.
Obviously it was, but people are going to believe it, right? Like it's the same thing as if people are questioning the tampons in the toilets for Waltz, right? People question that, right? Even though it's proven to be true. So obviously they're going to believe something that's not true, right? So There we go.
Who's the counterpart, though? Just quickly, is it Kamala? You mean, or
no?
Vance?
Yeah, you're right. I didn't. Counterpart's not the right description, but I wanted to do Vance. Yes.
Okay.
Was it the colleague or something, or
sure? But so Vance is counter is whatever the other side.
I'm concerned with Vance's extreme will to progress the Christian national movement. Project 2025 involvement. I'm fine with closing the border, but I am concerned about separating the separation of church and state being removed. People that are trying to remove that, I'm not on board with that.
That's interesting to hear, because I do perceive you as being a sort of a man of God, a spiritual guy.
But I want to be able to define what that is, not somebody else.
Sure. That's cool. I like that.
What? That makes sense. Yeah, actually I agree with them on that too. I didn't know that Vance is pushing that. That's not good.
Yeah, and war with Iran.
Oh yeah, that's also not good. Well, it's the same thing with Haley, right? I mean, you got a lot of these Republicans trying to, they're all pro-war. Same with these Democrats; they're no better. Yeah, I don't know if JD Vance was the best pick. To my opinion, I think he should have just went with Ramaswamy. But
really,
that would have been like Mini-Me. That would have literally been like Dr. Evil and Mini-Me.
Ramaswamy's a character.
That would have been great.
I giggle when he starts.
Or Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard, I think.
Tulsi would have been a solid.
I think Tulsi would have been a good choice too.
You'd have had the women's votes, and you'd have definitely picked up the independent women's votes. Like the sort of professional, outspoken woman, because she don't mince her words, and she's very capable when she talks.
I'm not. But don't get me wrong. I'm not a fan of Donald Trump. I am a fan of Tulsi Gabbard. I think that I want to think that she wouldn't take it. She wouldn't be his vice president, because I'm a fan of hers, and I would think she might think better of it. Not to go down that road.
She would have to take that opportunity, because basically, if she done good in 4 years, she could literally be knocking on the door. And the only way she's going to be in that position is if she takes this opportunity. If she got it, obviously, it's not happening. But you know what I mean.
You're right. You're right. In that sense, you're right. And I think Vance isn't a great presidential candidate, and I can't see it in 4 years, to be honest. So what? I don't think it added a lot.
I don't think so either. I think it was a bad pick, in my opinion.
Once I honestly was somewhat ignorant about him. Of course, we could all do our research, and what I came to find out about him, I wasn't a huge fan of. But yeah, it is what it is. They both picked shitty vice presidential candidates. I think.
I
Honestly,
think so too. I think they both made weird choices. I don't understand on both their
Yeah.
parts.
What about how much involvement you'd think each of the VPs would have in the president, like the meta between the VP and the P? Because in Kamala Walls situation, I think Walls would be doing the work, and in a Trump Vance situation, I think both of them would be going pretty full bore, based on the narrative that I'm seeing.
Yeah,
Yeah, kind
I-
of. Yeah.
no way.
Who's
Which-
the black
what do you mean, Dan?
brain surgeon?
I don't agree with that.
The
It's
Republican black brain surgeon. Who's that?
Why?
Ben Carson.
Ben Carson.
That's it. No,
Ben
no.
Carson, what the
He,
fuck?
he could have gone for Ben Carson.
the vice president doesn't have any power, except to. It's a bizarre job. It's a very bizarre job.
But
The only
still,
power the
it makes
vice
a lot of
president-
noise.
They don't command. They don't control staff. They're not. It's not like they're the lesser president.
But
It's
people
not
are
like-
still paying attention to them at a higher level.
It's that they can certainly use the office as a bully pulpit,
Right.
but that's about it. They're
Right.
they're not
Power-
like the. It's not like the vice president of a corporation. The vice
But if
president
I-
of the United States doesn't have any powers.
If I
Sort
saw
of
a
like
vice
an
president that was
understudy in Broadway. They're just-
Exactly.
right. Yeah.
But
But
still,
they're
if I
they're
saw-
this close to having all the power, though.
That's right. That's why it's such a strange job.
Well,
They're just
okay,
waiting in the wings.
RW, just to clarify what you mean by doing more of the work, right? Now, no offense to anybody that supports Harris, but she's not the best speaker in that regard. But I mean, Vance is pretty good. Waltz seems like he's a pretty good speaker too. So I could see like both of them kind of, touring around and kind of pushing the message pretty efficiently. And I mean, Trump is the same way. I mean, a different type of speaking, right? But so is that what you mean by just like their ability to, go out and promote their agenda or whatever it is?
The being in public, speaking, bringing up ideas or trying to get things to happen, I think Walls and Vance would both be very active in that.
Yeah.
Kamala, I'm not sure how much she would be speaking publicly because it's such a train wreck. And for Trump, I know that he'd be talking all the time, period.
Well, you
don't
could
get
argue.
me wrong. I don't think Kamala, if she becomes president, will. I think she'll be more like a Biden presidency, and that is,
Ouch.
she won't be making decisions. She'll be, basically it'll be the Democratic National Committee dictating policy, deciding who fills what posts, deciding which enemies of theirs gets surveilled or stuck on
Bombs.
quiet skies or watch lists. Kamala is a very weak in terms of personality. All we've seen of her is giggling and laughing, and this is now this is including her vice presidency. I mean,
What's her border policy going to be, Last Dance?
she's probably going to adopt something a lot closer to Trump's policy.
You mean remain in Mexico type thing?
I certainly.
What if they just avoid it
certainly
for
hope
4
so
more
and think
years
so.
and not worry about it?
What if they just what?
What if they avoid it for 4 more years and just not worry about it?
Well, you mean like do what they've been doing?
Yes.
Well,
It's
right
costing
now-
them politically.
Right now, there is is it working? Kind of since Biden did this quota thing where a certain number would be reached and he'd shut the border. How's that whole thing going? It seems
I don't
like
know.
it's
I
a
think
moot
in
point.
numbers, it's made a big difference.
I mean, we were
That's good.
told that nothing like that could be done unless the border bill was passed. Evidently, that wasn't true.
Right. It would have been more favorable to have a bill passed, but of course, the executive action of the president could achieve the same thing. It's what it came down to, right?
Yeah. I mean, nobody seeking asylum should be let in the country. There should not be a quota. The quota should be 0.
Right.
Stay where they are. will review the asylum application,
Process.
and 99.9% of those asylum applications will be turned down because they're bogus. Now, if we decide we want immigrants, we'll just let them in. Great. Okay, here's a card. Congratulations, come into this country. But I'm not going to grant all these bogus asylum applications. These people are moving to cities in the United States that are more dangerous than where they came from.
That's true.
In Mexico and Central America and Venezuela and South America.
Do you think? So I mean, it's probably a silly question, but I just generally want to know from other people's perspective, because I know my answer. But you think it was a mistake to remove the Remain in Mexico policy?
Yes.
100% a mistake.
Okay. Yeah, so
It was a political decision to undo a Trump era policy, and it was completely fucking stupid one to
Trump
undo.
did it, right? So,
Well, it's
They
not
all undo each other's.
Yeah,
it's like
it's-
a great undoing. It's so
yeah,
fucking
we can
That's-
we can clearly see the results of the undoing of which side, right?
Well, it
It
goes
doesn't-
both ways.
Yeah,
We'll
it does
undo
go
it first, then we'll figure out if it's a good idea or not.
Everybody should shit on this for this whole thing of just redoing everything, that the other person did just because the other person did it.
Exactly.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
it is.
it's complete.
dumb.
Most of the time,
Yeah.
it's. I mean, you
Can
can
we at least
slowly,
think about it.
yeah, slowly dissolve it or change it, make it into your own. But this just nope,
Yeah.
that person did it.
You don't like
Just
the
change it,
playground
just
tactics.
change minor things about it, rebrand it as your own, and that's it. So,
Sadly,
Should be
China
simple,
makes sense
but-
sometimes, doesn't it? Sadly.
but it's like we live in a day of childish politics. So
At
And
best.
basically,
We're-
it takes them a
at
couple of
best.
years to enact something. And like you
We're-
said, they'll undo it, and they do it in the UK too. And that's
We're
when you look at China and the way China go about things. Sometimes you think actually that is the way to do
did you
things,
say?
and
Did you say China?
they just get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah, China is not without its problems, obviously.
Before we go to China, though,
I'm
the
fully aware of that, but
aspect-
that's the problem with the democracy we got. It's like you said, we keep on undoing what the last person did, whether it's good or bad.
we're having people come in and claim asylum, and then we release them. Even after the executive order, we release them into the country until their court date. And also, we're not prosecuting people that are committing crimes. That together is crumbling society, in my opinion. And if that's
Yeah.
going to increase, I just don't understand why. I don't understand how
It's all
allowed.
a combination of things too, right? Like, to add to that, to your point, is also the demonization of the police force, defunding them, and sending all these migrants to cities that need the funding the most. So it's just like, look at what we get. Of course we're going to get massive crime and all the above that we're getting in Chicago and New York.
Right.
So it's a
Yeah.
problem.
I mean, I don't know what they were ever thinking with that defund the police. When I'm with my nieces and nephews or my kid, and if we're on a walk and a cop car drives by, I always have taught them to wave to the officer, be nice and try to be pleasant. And, you teach that from a young age, because if the shit goes down,
Yeah.
those men and women will come to try to save you,
They got to call Ghostbusters now.
Yeah, whether you like them or not, they will save you. And I understand that there's assholes and people don't like authority, and I don't blame them at all. But like, when it comes down to it, defunding them, especially when you need them the most, is just a stupid mistake.
So you're saying
these-
that you get down with the NWA?
But
Hey,
to be
but
fair,
speaking of-
in most
Speaking of
cases,
defund the police, Aphilip, you have an update on the re-election campaign of Cory Bush?
Oh, I didn't hear it. I'm kidding.
Is she still? Why is she
Because
still doing stuff?
everybody heard.
Oh, I haven't even heard about that. What's going on?
Well, I mean, yeah, but here in St. Louis, where she
Oh.
is based, her,
Is she still at it? Is she?
No, she just got. Well, I mean, she's
still in
technically
Congress.
still, yeah, she's in.
But she lost the primary, so she's
Oh.
not,
and she
not going to
she
be
had
there next
she
term.
she had a
Right.
fit too. Well, that everybody was like, she's crazy, but there's a small portion, of the population that think she's great, and they think that's what we need more of. I know, sounds crazy, But there's some people that really think that, and people were like, "No, this is like
Wait.
way too extreme."
Wait,
we want
Craig,
this other guy.
I'm sorry, my bad. Who's the other
No.
guy?
Corey, was it Corey? I should know this. Corey Wells or something. What is it?
Blake.
Something like.
Were they
No,
both
no,
Corys?
No.
Wait,
Yeah, no,
was-
it's not Corey.
Was he like
I can't
just?
think of. I can't think of his name. I can't
Do you
think.
think
of
he's
his name.
do you guys, if you know, like, do you think he's a better option, or is he just?
Oh,
like,
he's
just
far
the
better.
Okay.
He's still he's still definitely what you would say, pretty left leaning. Even for a Democrat.
Corey Glover?
Oh, Mrs. Lips, correct me. What's his name?
Yeah, here we go. Come on. Correct
Wesley
away.
Bells. Wesley Bells.
Wesley Bells. All right. So you got Wesley Snipes against Corey Glover.
Bell,
Man,
just
we got
singular.
quite a battle
Bell.
here.
Bell, singular.
Wait,
Wesley's balls. Got it.
Yeah.
Didn't they have Corey Bush?
Wrestle Balls. That's his
Am I-
name.
Am I tripping? Wasn't there a like a Star Trek episode where she cameoed as the president of the world or something like that in a Star Trek episode or something like that?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Not
Some
any Star
sci-
Trek I've ever seen.
It was some science show episode that was popular at the time. I forget actually. Let me look it up. But I thought it was
Mystery
hilarious.
Science Theater?
That'd be worthy of it. That would be worthy of it.
She sat out on. I don't think she did anything. She just sat out all the time and didn't do anything, and just would get up there and yell and scream and act like she was for the people and do nothing.
Worst type.
And I think
Speaking-
Jamal Bowman lost too. His primary.
don't
Mr.
know
Fire
who that
Alarm?
Mr. Fire Alarm.
Oh, did he?
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. See, it's funny
And
how
it-
one
they-
moment.
They should make it. It reminds me of like a Village People thing. Him pulling the fire alarm. It should be. Skit. I mean,
I don't know why he lied about that. It was such an obviously stupid lie.
wait, did he open an exit door that was going to set off a fire alarm, or did he physically pull an alarm?
He physically pulled an
He
alarm.
pulled the alarm. Yeah.
God.
And he blamed
'cause
it. He
those-
blamed it on the door signs or whatever. I don't know. or
Right.
something
He said he was
Welcome,
confused.
Ashley.
Because everyone's busted into a crash bar that
Ashley,
says
all
fire
right.
alarm warning. When you open the thing, the fucking fire alarm goes off. But physically going to the wall and pulling the thing down.
And Steve, when he was
You
interviewed,
can't be a senator.
Andromeda.
if you do
Oh,
that.
is that what it is? Ashley, is that what it is?
He
Andromeda?
admitted what he did, which was basically pull the handle, and then he denied it in the interview. And they said, "Well, you've admitted it. You've admitted that you've done it." And he was like, and I was like, "You fucking tool."
I feel like there's a pretty clear video of him doing it too.
There
Yeah,
is.
You've been watching Infowars, my man.
Yeah, right.
All right, so bonus points. What was the vote that was happening that he was trying to delay, distract?
You're the man. I don't remember.
That's the important thing. He was.
Yeah.
This was a tactic. He was trying to delay.
It was a
or-
tactic.
plasticine thing.
I can't remember. That was the whole story at the time. It was like he was trying to delay or to deflect a whole vote.
Israel plasticine.
Was it? I can't remember. The tough Google search. How do you word it? Again, Google. Fucking monopoly. Somebody use Bing. We should only use Bing here on the buff.
Yeah. You think Microsoft's better than Google?
Well, they work exactly the same.
Yeah.
I don't understand why the monopoly thing matters.
Okay.
I still don't understand how a search engine really even makes money.
Advertising.
I think it's it's advertisement space.
I know, but what advertising are they getting?
Man, it's like they're like the new yellow pages for like business owners. Like you got to pay. It's ridiculous too. Like let's say for example you own a pie shop and you want to advertise. You want to promote pies. So when somebody Googles pie, all right, there's a list of local places that come up.
Yeah,
and the more you pay, the closer it gets to the top. And it could be as for like a pie shop, the word pie, it's such a common thing. A pie search, it's probably $10 every time you search pie and click on their website. You got to pay for that. So like I never liked it because it's so scary because somebody could, if they knew what you were paying for, they, like you're the guy that's right next door to you doing the same thing. He could every night go down there and search it and click on your link, and you got to pay for it.
Sure. When I had a business, I designed my website with a company that also offered like advertising as well. So for them to host me, and then I would come up on I'd go to other people's random people's computers, friends of mine and shit, and search myself and see, and I would come up and the first 8 or 10 people searched in my town or the surrounding towns for contracting at the time, and I thought that was a pretty good deal.
The cost-wise works out to be very similar to what your budget's going to be for the Yellow Pages.
I mean,
it all works out at the end of it, because nobody buys the Yellow Page ad anymore. But in the old days, you would have to, pay $1,000 a month for a little bitty square and that Yellow Page. And you see the lawyers; they have those full pages. I can only imagine what they pay Yellow Pages. Well, not anymore, but what they did pay. Because then the lawyer section, it's nothing but full page ad after full page ad for full page lawyers.
Crazy.
It was a vote on averting the government shutdown.
Oh.
It's a vote on a spending bill.
Turn your camera on, Topple, and I'll let you right in, buddy. Yeah, BlackRock, I hear you. BlackRock and Vanguard. Vanguard doesn't have quite the name BlackRock does, but they got
It's like number 2.
a lot of wealth. Like Vanguard, I use them, so it worked for me.
He said the incident occurred as he was rushing to cast his vote and arrived at a closed door that is usually open. I am embarrassed to admit that I activated the fire alarm, mistakenly thinking it would open the door, he said.
Bright red.
Fire alarm.
Fire alarm. There's a sign right next to it. Fire alarm here. Do not pull.
I believe that it's actually embossed onto the little white handle that says fire alarm. So the thing that you pull is actually has the words on it. So they do that so that there's no way to.
It's not like anything you've ever used to open a door.
Yeah. They teach you this thing as a kid. Come on.
Like Steve said, they spent many hours of thousands of hours finding out what words to use to make it unmistakable. And they've done this. They've done this throughout the world. They've used very similar, top 5 words that cram into where you put 3 words, which is don't pull unless emergency or something like that. Stop emergency. So simple.
I mean, if he would have said, "I did it as a tactic to delay the vote," I would have had more respect. I would have had more respect for that.
I was just thinking the same thing. He's going to go down as that. That's going to be what his legacy is. That moment in time.
Yep.
When if he just would have said the truth, there's so much pressure. I'm a younger congressman, just I'm gonna.
And he'll say, "But what the hell? It worked. The vote got delayed."
Yeah.
So sue me.
I think he could have got into more trouble if he admitted it, maybe.
Maybe.
Not really.
Yeah, what trouble is he gonna get in?
In my college, if you
legal, he could have to pay a fine.
He's a Democrat.
Right. I would have had to pay money.
I mean, basically, I think he admitted to a lower charge, but basically he's admitted to, but then denied it in an interview shortly after, like I said.
Right.
He might not have lost the primaries if he would have been honest, though.
Yeah. Looked as being based, wouldn't
he? Yep.
Not anymore. He just looks like a cut.
RW, what were you going to say, buddy?
Stupid moment is going to be what his whole legacy
is defined about. I know.
In college, the one I went to, if people would have pulled a fire alarm or something to get out of a test, to delay a test, they would have paid thousands of dollars to cover all the costs of the fire squad coming out and dealing with that situation. Mm-hmm. So for a senator or whatever level that is, to be able to do something and not even have to deal with that couple hours of their time of money, It's just the double standard is a little too high for me.
Well, maybe he did get in some kind of trouble. I don't know.
Yeah, he
I don't remember hearing
pleaded
about
guilty to something.
Like, did he have to pay for something? Probably had a fee.
I would hope
Sid
so.
I
Precious,
don't know.
what's up, dog? How you doing? Good to see you.
But
That's Popeye.
Yeah.
It's politically motivated, so basically.
Thanks for being here, man.
He was just
He-
a little bit of a slap on the wrist.
He paid $1,000 fine.
Did he really? All right, fine, deal.
Wow.
I guess, sure.
You get
That seems good. I mean, that's about right. Yeah.
How much of our tax money was lost in that period of time?
Well,
was it a state election or a federal election?
It was.
They
wasn't-
all got paid. They all got paid. All the staff.
Yeah.
All the senators and Congress people.
Here's what I'll say, RW.
Uh-oh.
Considering that this was Congress, delaying them from voting saves phenomenal amounts of money. He actually probably he should get paid, $1 million just for even delaying the vote.
Right.
Because that's $1 million. The extra interest that would have been paid by the bill being passed sooner. Would
So
dwarf
Ukraine
is-
didn't get some money for a while based on whatever. All right, I got you. That's
He's
fine.
he's a hero.
He's
We
a
should-
hero.
We should have more like him.
Exactly. To fiscal conservatives, he's a hero.
Well, so what if he said that? What if he said, I pulled that fire alarm because America was going to lose $500 billion if we passed this law?
I also wouldn't believe that. He's a liberal, progressive Democrat. He's loves
Not
spending
smart enough?
government money.
Oh, I didn't know where you were going with that.
I think you just defined the definition of the word cuck.
Did he sit in that chair over in the corner of the house when they had their sessions? He was over that in that corner chair?
The timeout chair.
Sort of.
Yeah, but when you haven't got courage, your conviction, like you said, if you'd have just owned it and denied it maybe at the start, and then after a while just said, "Oh fuck it, yeah, basically, I don't want to do for my party." It's wrong, but there you go, done it.
You ever known any of these politicians to ever admit anything?
I don't know.
Not anymore.
no.
Not
anymore,
anymore.
right? Not anymore.
When's
I
the
mean,
last one you remember then, Aphid?
Well, it seems
Clinton?
like when
Oh,
at least
get out of here.
okay.
Yeah,
like what-
Clinton admitted he got a beaner from that fat chick in the Oval Office. Everyone knows that.
Because he
Did he
had
admit
to?
that? Only after he was forced to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. The greatest split screen in the world is him on one side saying, "I did not have sex with that woman," and then admitting to it on the other side.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
She did not inhale, Steve.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
No, I
she-
mean,
oh,
She
it
yeah.
winds up
definitely
on the dress. And let's never forget, she saved the dress.
For 18
Right,
months.
she did. That's a
18
trophy.
months. She didn't wash it. She kept it.
That
don't
is
keep
foul,
trophy.
bro. Foul.
I want her to explain
History.
why she saved the dress. I haven't heard that.
Because her handler told her to.
Oh,
Yeah,
you know,
no.
you know how much money that Jess is going to sell for? Holy.
I mean, you're not
I bet she's
wrong.
already
Maybe
seen-
RW was a little bit of foresight. Maybe thinking down the road.
No.
It's a collectible, man. It's
No.
like, jeez.
I think it's the oval, what's it called? The table. What's the table in the
Oval Office.
Yeah, but what's the table called? I think it's got its own name. But can you imagine how violated that table must feel? Everyone knows that's where she was. Right? She's all under that little space, wasn't she?
There's actually a trap door under that, right? Where they can just come and go as they
I
please.
don't know. JFK probably put in some good work on the old table.
Yeah.
Imagine the
I
secrets
don't
that
under-
Row action.
Yeah.
Difference is
Yeah,
that she didn't
JF.
keep the dress for 18 months, did she?
can only imagine the stories that table has. Oh, be interesting.
Who's Linda Tripp?
Linda Tripp was what's her name's close friend.
mentor.
Handler.
Yeah. What's
She was
I've already forgotten her name.
Monica Lewinsky.
That's it, Monica Lewinsky.
You forgot.
Linda
Monica.
Linda Tripp. She was you should Google her. She's got an interesting look.
I refuse.
Yeah, she's not. She's just an average person.
Well, she's a
A
little
little
interesting.
A little ogreish.
No,
What do
I
you
think it's
mean?
her. I think it's her nose. I think it's her nose.
What do you mean interesting? Like,
What was the?
You know, like
1
I
out
don't
of
know,
10.
What was
not
the
average.
Averagely low on visual
five,
impact.
like 5.5, 6. It's like somewhere around right there.
As far as attractiveness,
How many
no,
beers,
she's like a
How many beers?
she's a 1 attractiveness.
Oh man, yeah. So that's like 6 beers, right?
She's kind of like you know. Have you guys seen the movie? It was one of the Batmans, and Danny DeVito was Penguin.
Oh yeah.
She's kind of got that look. She's got that look.
She's got that
Is
nose.
she even still alive? This was 30 years ago.
Look at it.
I mean, I don't
You guys don't have her on
know.
as your Facebook friend?
no, I don't know. I haven't followed her career since, you know.
Aphid, I have a serious question for you. Do
Oh,
you
yeah.
own a Tamagotchi?
No, I don't even know what it is.
Are you mind blown?
What is it?
The
It's a-
keychain from like the late 90s that was a
A
little,
little
pet,
electronic game.
What was it?
like Tamagotchi.
Was it like a pet that you were supposed to like do
Was
stuff
it that
to?
egg?
You had to bathe it.
Tamago?
Yeah, it was the egg, and you had to bathe it and get rid of its poop, and it eventually would like grow into
Exactly.
an adult.
Yeah, you know what? I had one of those. I threw it in the middle of the fucking ocean, dude, and smashed,
I-
smite it upon the mountaintop. I hated that egg.
I'm just surprised it doesn't have one on the wall back there, like showing Fox News on it somehow.
Oh, that's if there's a way to do it, that's sounds.
You could get one of those for
Fascinating.
free.
I'll have to. It was the screen was just like a couple squares that moved in different positions, wasn't it? Pretty
It was
much.
probably like a 10 by 20 pixel.
It was
Yeah.
really small.
Not
Anyway.
sure how. I'm not sure if I could read the scroller at the bottom for Fox News.
There you go.
You like?
Well, I won't be able to keep up on the latest goods, you know.
You might bring back the Tamagotchi on your keychain if you put one on there.
I'm gonna
Your
have to-
workmates will definitely start getting them also.
I'll have to remember that one.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks.
Of course, based on the tamago being egg, and everyone knows from sushi.
I did not
Right.
know that, but thank you for
Neither did I.
Well, it's the one thing nobody orders when you go. You're like, oh, not getting the tamago. You get the egg when they go to a sushi restaurant.
I want that stinky sulfur egg on my rice.
Ugh. But you always get raw tuna, right, Aphid?
I don't eat sushi whatsoever. I don't think I've ever had one piece of sushi. To be
Do
honest,
they have it near you, like in the Midwest?
My son loves it. He loves it.
So you'll go and like you'll get some noodles and chicken and shit, and he'll get a couple of sushis, and you won't even have any desire to try one.
Nope.
Never.
Nope.
Dunk it in soy sauce, a little bit of fucking wasabi.
I mean, it might be good. I don't know. I've just never had the desire to get it.
so good.
I feel like one thing. It's usually the more expensive thing, and it seems like you just get a little thing, and I'm like, I don't want that.
Yeah,
You know.
I hear you. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. They're flying those. There ain't no tuna out yonder in your way. They're flying.
Plus
those fuckers
the raw.
way over there.
Yeah, and the raw seafood thing I don't get, and I know I don't think my son gets raw seafood on his tuna. Maybe he does. I don't know.
Where
Okay.
did it come
If
from?
the tuna's pink or red, it's raw. That's how
Yeah,
it's
I
supposed
know, dude. I don't want that. I don't even like my salmon. You know, I'm sure I overcook it. Or if I have I like tuna steak. I'm sure I overcook it for what most people think. But I don't want that.
Right.
You know, like a
You
steak,
want
I don't
anything
mind. I don't mind a steak having some. I just made a nice old fat old good old ribeye.
What do you
tonight.
cook your ribeyes to? You use a meat thermometer or just go
Yeah, I
by?
use a meat thermometer. I usually pull it like 127, you know, right around there, and let it sit. It was
So
perfect.
You like them to be nice and pink.
Yeah, I like definitely like a little pink in the middle.
Little-
And we usually what we do
you
is
don't
we
like
get
them cold in the center, right?
no. But
Well-
usually we get a bigger one, and we like tonight we had crab legs with it. So we'll chop one big, nice, huge one up into slices, and that way my wife can have the edges if she don't want as much pink, and me and my son will get the center where there's more pink.
Man, Aphid
Aphid,
was doing the surf and
can
turf,
cheer,
kid.
can you cheer
Wow.
Pop up a little bit, Aphid? He looks like he's gonna cry.
That's what I finished up right before I came on here tonight.
Man, you got my dinner beat for sure. I made chicken
Well, it's
parm.
my birthday's Monday, so it was kind of like I could go out and get a steak and crab legs, but I'm gonna pay so much money for it,
$65-$70,
and
for
it's
one
gonna
person.
suck. It's gonna suck. I know it's not gonna be as good as I feel that I make it. I'm not saying I make the best steak in the world, but to me and my family, we never get steak out that tastes nearly as good as when I make it.
Fire, bro. I love
You're
it.
one humble man. I appreciate
Such a man.
But
I
seriously,
made,
you go out and order a steak dinner, especially if you get crab with it. Good Lord, I mean,
$50. No, at least 40.
easily 50. I mean, unless you're gonna go to like Denny's and get
No,
serve
Red
it
Lobster,
up.
man.
I'm done. Every time I go to Red Lobster, I'm like, I can't believe it sucked that bad.
That's what I feel about Cracker Barrel. I haven't gone back.
I love Cracker. Now lately, I feel like Cracker Barrel's been slipping a little bit.
Oh man!
And they need to change. They need to
syrup.
change because they need to kind of change their thing. They've had the same thing for so long.
All right, I got a pro tip. Pro tip about Red Lobster.
Uh-oh.
They sell the mix for those Cheddar Bay biscuits that they sell at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Those are fire if you're making your own meal, like your own steaks and shit. You do a little batch of those biscuits, you add some shredded cheddar in.
Yep.
They are dank. That's the best thing you're going to get from Red Lobster is something you buy and cook it at home. The rest of it all sucks. Don't even go to the restaurant.
Can you use that as a breading? Could you use that as a breading for something?
I wouldn't say to, no.
Okay.
No,
well, it'd be a wet. So you could use it. You could maybe try to do it on like shrimp or something. Like maybe thin it out a little bit.
Like a tempura, sure.
Yeah,
sure.
thin it out a little bit, and you could probably dip some shrimp in there. That might be good.
Dude, those.
Hermano.
Oh, sorry.
Who knows Spanish? Hermano's brother, right?
Yes,
yeah, he's
Hermano, brother.
What is palco? What the hell does palco mean?
It means assassin. No, I don't know.
I mean, I don't have the hand strength right now.
I'll do it. I'll type it out.
Translate.google.com.
Something tiger brother.
I sat down near the water today for too long. I got tired. Too much sitting.
Palco means stage, the stage tiger.
Nice.
The stage tiger brother. So however you reword that in English.
It's a VIP area in the stadium. Cool.
According to it, just says the Brother Tiger box. That's what it says. I don't know.
Well, he translates it here literally for us. Yeah, the VIP area of Tiger Brother. Wow. Okay. Cool. Welcome, brother.
VIP area of Tiger Brother.
Welcome, sir.
I don't know what's Tiger Brother.
That's like
It's
when I was in El Salvador, I was Hermano Lobo, so I was Brother Wolf.
Right.
Oh.
Man, these translations on Google suck. If that's the truth, right there.
Yeah, they're probably like critical race theorying those translations. So it just doesn't work, man. You guys were talking about using Bing when I was upstairs. They censor way more than Google does.
Yeah, and one of my best buddies that I met as an adult was like a Texas Mexican American guy, dude, and he his mom would call me the güero, and I looked it up. I'm like, yo, Santi, what is güero? You can't find definitions for half of the way the Mexican slang is, and that's what they would call like crazy white boy, and like a lot of the Mexican Spanish is just slang, that doesn't.
It's way better than what you could be called, so I'd take it in stride.
Deeple, yeah, okay, so I used this. Let me see how accurate it is, because Ashley just said Tengo gato las pantalones, right? So I translated that into Deeple, right? And it says Tango the Cat the Pants. Is that true?
No, it's the cat has pants, or does the cat have pants or something
No,
like
that's
that?
what it says. It says in Deeple.
That's terrible.
That's what it says there. I don't know.
I believe it's asking, or it's basically a statement that says the cat has pants on.
Maybe
Boss
are
man,
you?
alone.
So you know more than
Spanish
so you know
on
more than
Google.
Deeple. You know more
What?
than Deeple.
I do at this point, which is scary.
That's how it is.
Does anybody know what Roberto Duran said to Sugar Ray Leonard when he was sick of his antics during a boxing match?
Please stop.
Translate that.
Oh.
You mean no mas?
No mas. No mas.
No mas.
No more.
Yep.
All right, so here's our little transition time. I just had an idea for something, but I
Nice.
Damn.
You lost it?
Lost it.
You're probably gonna have to play guitar to remember it.
It's past 10.
Clever. Clever.
Past 10.
Okay. Ugh.
No mas. No mas.
Are you guys pocket knife guys? Do you guys like knives? Are you all knives guys?
Oh, yeah.
What do I need with knives? I'm just gonna cut myself.
Once you have one in your, when
Here's
you have
one
it
of
in your
my daily
pocket,
carries.
yeah, when you carry it, you realize how much you use it.
Right.
This one is kind of stupid. It's a folding false edge dagger, and the false edge is a little bit sharp, so it's kind of dumb, but it's pretty much made for one thing, you know.
Where
Like,
where are both of your knives made? Are they made in the United States or China or what?
The blade on this one is Japanese steel, and the handle is American steel with aircraft aluminum as
What
well.
brand?
M-Tech.
Okay. Yeah, the Columbia River Knife Company is releasing a blade that's $300 pocket knife, but the concept is it's a fidget, so it has 3 ways of opening it, and also locked so that when it's in your pocket it won't open. But I remember when I was younger, I was always playing with my knife. As I got older, I only pulled it out to use it, but I can see that concept being actually pretty popular. If it wasn't $300 for the high-end model, I could see a lot of people having it.
Yeah, CRKT is a great company. Great company.
Steve, where'd you say the blade was made from?
It says Japan.
Japan, nice. Okay. Yeah, mine says it's made from Taiwan.
Is it an M-Tech?
It's a Cold Steel. It's an AK-47.
Cold Steel, I know that one.
Yeah.
Sure.
I used to like their magazines when I was young.
I can't judge blades by being like, oh, mine's Japanese. It must be made by
As long as right now, as long as it's not Chinese, you should be all right.
Yeah. I've been beaten on Leathermans lately. The blades aren't as durable as I hoped for the price. I don't think it's worth it. Whereas my dad used Swiss Army knives and prize with them for years, like decades, and they still don't break. So they definitely still have a good name.
This guy's avatar is intimidating.
I got your back,
Dan.
Dan.
I see it. I
you.
pee a little.
Scared of white man?
Yeah, like
definitely.
only white.
There's an intimidating guy down the bottom row by himself. What's going on, Topple? How's your week been, buddy?
Tell us your feelings.
My feels? You want my feels?
Yeah.
Been having a great weekend. Went to Green Day yesterday. Not a big fan of them, but concert's a concert. Good.
Did he do any? Did Billy Joe do any weird Trump stuff with masks or whatever?
He didn't get too political because I think he picks the areas or what cities he's in when he goes political. In Philadelphia, yeah, they vote Democrat all the time, but there's a mix of people. So I think he kept that quiet when he was in Philly. So,
well, yeah, probably 2 Philly fans, fucking world famous.
I think. Well, shit.
What that mean?
I think it's just smarter just to not be political at the moment, for both sides.
There you go.
I don't like getting
You're
shot.
an entertainer. Because, I mean, look at Jack Black and Tenacious D.
I don't even really know what happened there, but I know that they burned the bridges. They burned some bridges.
Wow. Yeah, it was Kyle Gass, the other guy. He said basically as a joke, it's like make a wish, and he said something like, don't miss Trump next time. And it was just like this was like the day after or something like that. It was like, all right.
Oops.
Either way, either which side you're on, that's kind of like too soon. It's kind of fucked up. It's like, all right, come on, guys.
Oh yeah, I don't agree. I would never, ever, ever say that about anybody being shot, no matter how much I dislike their political beliefs.
Yeah.
Not even after 7 days.
Never,
Too soon,
bro.
Too soon.
How
I
about
don't
a
want
pedophile?
people to be. I don't want people to be shot in the head.
How about a pedophile?
I think it's been.
okay.
we're-
They're
That's
not.
okay then.
We're talking
That's okay, then.
politicians, buddy. Politicians, purely.
Are you
Hey, some of them are one and the same.
I was about to say.
are you Smoke Steve? Are you saying I should take my Abraham Lincoln assassination joke off my set list for my next stand-up comedy act?
Too soon, buddy. Too
That's
soon.
too soon, man.
I mean,
Come
you should
on.
at least trial it out here on the
I
club,
mean-
see how it works.
Do you have one?
Of course I do. It's all lined up.
All right. Well, let it rip.
Hell no, I ain't gonna
Not
get
bad.
canceled here tonight on the Smoke Steve
It's
pub.
Abraham Lincoln. It's fucking 60 something
You just
years
said
ago.
that it's never. You can never do it. You just said that.
Never.
What kind of joke you have with a
Button.
Well, all right.
Button.
That old is allowed.
If homie's
I'm
dead,
not-
you have the joke pass.
I mean, I would say it would be in poor taste to do jokes about that sort of thing. If anybody who is presently alive on the earth lived through it, okay? So that means a JFK joke would be in bad taste.
Yeah, would it?
Yeah,
I
but
think you could- I think you
Lincoln
might-
joke, a Lincoln
Now,
joke is
now,
fine.
here's
fine.
here's the thing that might skew your timeline a little bit, because I disagree with you. I think you could probably do a JFK joke, but you couldn't do a Martin Luther King getting shot joke.
Oh, no.
Well, here's
you're-
actually no. Let me just say this because I think you.
Stay
if you
away,
can make
stay
it.
away.
Same time period though.
No touch. Not touching.
If you can make it funny, I think it's fine. But there was no punchline to that saying when the Tenacious D said that, right?
Riddle speaks for me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. What he? Yeah.
Just make it funny. It just wasn't
Yeah,
funny. It was just
Exactly
like,
right. I don't, the
Yeah.
same day is just fine as long as it's funny.
yeah, just make it funny. Shit, it wasn't. There was no punchline.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
just-
you couldn't even say, oh, the same thing for the Reagan shooter guy. He missed, and it wouldn't be funny about that, So
But Reagan lived,
Well,
so you
let's-
can make
Yeah,
jokes.
that's
Let me
what I'm.
just say, it's hard to make a joke about someone being shot, right? It's not the best material to start with.
It's not.
So, but if you can make
Or-
it funny, then
Or
all
or
the
what
more
about
power to
Yeah.
you.
what about false claims like Paul Pelosi and his gay lover?
Well,
Yeah, let's see. There's more
That's
material.
some pretty good material, actually.
There's more material to
Based-
work with. Exactly.
Based is long since passed out, so
Poor base.
Are you starting to
miss-
hear
he's
the
missing my jab.
I'm awake.
You woke him up.
Nancy Pelosi, she has her issues. San Francisco, for one.
Okay.
It's pretty hot
Gavin
there.
Newsom, for two, is another issue over there. But her husband getting attacked like that and then get absolutely just muck raked like gay lover. I was like,
Yeah, it was.
oh
it was
my
like
God.
This
Dude,
gay lover.
talk about guilty by association. All of a sudden, he's in this gay love triangle. Everything. is fucking-
Did
Hey,
they
that
ever
was a-
prove that wrong?
oh my
No.
god, dude.
No, they
Yeah,
they
they-
just
Stuck under
they
the
just
carpet.
they stopped covering it. But the thing is, it's like you could. But there's a lot of material to work with because it's a weird situation. The guy was he was naked, looking for
Yeah, that's
drugs,
right.
or supposedly.
Hammer rampage.
I mean,
We broke it down here right after it happened with the video. It was pretty good video, the cop footage, and it wasn't like you could totally discredit the like based how he was framing
You're right.
it.
well,
You couldn't like it was plausible to what you were seeing on the camera.
you know why? One of the reasons was the Paul Pelosi's face. His reaction could have been, it could have been horror. It could have been surprise. It could have been recognition.
Set me up.
It was almost like you could just put whatever you could put like a bubble and fill it in, and it would all they would all make sense, no matter what you put in there.
It's probably because it was all of the above.
Well, that's good they buried that. I'm glad that got settled normally.
It's settled, yeah.
And he just got a sizable chunk of jail time because of that. So he is
Wait, he got jail time for what?
For
the attacker.
assaulting.
The attacker guy.
Oh, the attacker did. Pelosi's still dancing in the public. That's cool.
What are you talking
that
about?
dude, I mean, he
Talking
had
about
like
Kathy Griffin.
over a year of recuperation, that Paul. I mean, he's like 80-something years old, and he got attacked with like a hammer.
El
Right.
Paco.
Well,
Are you
he
talking
was
about
hit in the
Kathy
head,
Griffin?
right? He was.
Yes,
Kathy Griffin.
it was not like an easy recovery for him.
Right.
Do you
30
think Kamala
years.
Harris is going to cover from her husband porking the nanny?
What? What?
You say you didn't even hear it, right?
I didn't hear what you said.
That Kamala's husband is admitted to impregnating the nanny.
His nanny from his previous marriage, when he was married to the previous woman,
Oh.
not when he was married to Kamala.
Okay, that's better though. I'm sorry, that's a better situation.
Well, I don't really care either way. But I'm
think
just
it's like that's funny.
it's just important to point out, what that actually refers to.
I just want to know what she's going to do for our country.
The nanny.
Exactly, that's the way it should be. That's exactly right, Ethan Lip.
And here's another thing that I wanted to say earlier, but the top, they work for us, and that's one of the main things that bothers me about Trump is
Get him, Topple.
we obviously work for him.
Topple, you gotta say something.
I'm not. No, he's right. He's right. He's 100%
Get out of
correct.
here. Yeah.
No, he's not wrong. Can you dispute that?
Yes.
How?
They don't.
In what way?
Almost all of them.
Yeah,
That's not what I said, though.
I don't know
what did
what
you
you
say?
said.
They work. They are supposed to work for us.
They're supposed to.
Yeah.
Good word.
Supposed
And
to.
when we put our, because we should I think everybody should criticize their leader, and when we put them on such pedestal, they know they can get away with more, so they use that to their advantage. I mean, it's not like he doesn't know. He's the one that admitted.
Elected. The only way they can get impeached is not by us.
You can write a letter to your congressman and be like, "Shit's fucked up," and they're like, "Oops, lost in the mail."
Yeah,
the trash can.
Right. Oh, here we go.
This is right when they open the door.
They both have boners
Yeah.
in that scene. Come on.
The guy
They
is
both
holding,
You cannot tell me.
Paul
What's this?
Pelosi
Oh no,
is
that's a step I'm seeing. I thought it was a boner.
He's holding a hammer. The guy's got a hammer in his hand.
Yeah, the guy's
Hey,
getting ready to.
Good old pole grabbing his pole.
He's gonna hammer the shit out of his head
What's
in a
going on,
second.
man?
He's going to hammer him after the cops are on the scene.
Hi. Drop the hammer.
It's hammer time.
Hey. What is going on right now?
I'm not getting an answer on call.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, I'm just saying, if he was black, he would have been shot.
God.
He should
I
have
mean,
been shot.
it's just suspicious as hell because if he really wanted to hammer him in the beginning, he would have done it already. Like, why wait till the cops are there now?
Well, then he had no option. He could have been like, who knows when you're in that situation? Like, am I crossing this line? Am I crossing this line? And he got to that point, and it was like all now or never.
Now or never, exactly.
Well, why not do it beforehand though?
Well, I
Because
mean,
he
I
probably
don't know.
hadn't decided if he wanted to.
Exactly, and the
He
guy's
was beating
fucking
him with
crazy.
something
How
else
can you?
earlier,
I was going to say, this is not a rational. This guy didn't go to the library and plan this out.
Right.
He's he's
I
kinda
guess,
fucked up.
but it sounds like you're trying to break down the mind of a rational man, right? But you can't because you don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe there's.
I
something else.
don't know. I'll admit, I have no idea what that guy.
I
was
only
thinking.
break down those minds when I'm using them as fertilizer.
He broke the dude's skull with the hammer. And the dude
Oh, did he
is
get a
still-
skull fracture?
Yeah, the dude is
Yeah.
He
still
was
fucked
he's
up.
yeah, he's fucked up over that.
Yeah, he got
He's
fucked up.
still hurt.
Well,
Like he's
the
not.
cops
himself.
were there. They should have.
How is his
They should have
portfolio
shot that guy.
then? Has he been making worse decisions?
Like if it was like if you put the how fucked up he was, like if you had a scale of 1 to 10 Gabby Giffords, he would be at like a 7.5 probably.
Yeah, see, that's another thing. What was up with all the security? I mean, they have a ton of security there because Ashley makes a good point by asking where was all the armed security. No, it was just
They were
questions
in the
that are just
recording
aren't
room.
answered.
They were
You don't-
on the recording equipment.
You
Where's all
don't
the
get any
footage?
Secret Service protection if you're in Congress. So,
Oh, they had armed security though, didn't they?
well, you could hire your own private security, and
Yeah.
you can request the Capitol Police provide security because
And we all know that's better than the Secret Service.
Right, but they would
Yeah,
at least
right.
have video. Like I thought they had security footage too, but they just didn't. Maybe not. I don't know. But do you guys know?
They can't
I
show
honestly don't know.
what happened inside the house.
There was some security footage of this guy going around the outside and getting in. It was all the exterior stuff was filmed. Interior, there's no footage, really. Obviously,
is
it's
there.
a private home. You can't have cameras
Or
inside.
is there, and it was all deleted because there was certain acts happened before the police got there.
Ah, I see.
Not a lot of people would allow to have 24/7 camera monitoring in their homes.
Yeah, no, I get it. I wouldn't. I probably wouldn't either. But honestly, if you're that high profile, and you're away, I mean, the option, I wouldn't mind the option. But
Well, what
I
if
don't know. But
that-
I don't know. That's just theory, so I don't know. I'm not sure. You can't really prove
Well,
it.
close he gets
Well-
home and starts calling other people to do like shut down Capitol Police during January 6th, and that gets caught on video and gets hacked. Now America knows that she's the reason.
How about this? How about with the Speaker of the House
Footage, Topple.
should have permanent security paid for by Congress because they're third in line for the presidency.
Absolutely not.
As long as they get the same quality as Trump did, I'm down.
Trump was not a government official.
He was a nominee or a candidate.
He's a candidate, and he should have gotten
And
good
an
protection.
ex-president.
But I'm just saying it's not the same.
Of course, it's not. But ex-president adds to that level, that
Yes.
status.
No, you're right. Whatever they call that level of protection,
Or I don't want it.
shit. So I don't care what they want to call it. It's no good.
If they need
Yeah,
more
we're here to
guards.
protect you today, sir. No, please don't.
I mean, they could literally just go get like 10
Oh my
Marine Scout snipers that are probably just training.
They
And
probably could have just let the local cops do it and say, "Don't let our guy get shot." And the local cops probably would have done a better job.
maybe, I mean, locals, rural towns, they're not going to be great,
Yeah,
but
you'd be better off hiring mercenaries just to protect you, man. Shit.
As long
I
as
think
the-
high-level
the
military-
guy in the middle.
fly,
Get him
What the hell?
like a
fucking
cat,
fly, kid.
like a cat in a can.
Bats.
I got him twice. Whack, whack.
There should be a lightweight champion in boxing.
I think it was a Japanese
Flyweight.
beetle. It climbed its way through the thing there, the door. Seen those outside. They're an invasive species.
I am curious to hear, and we don't have to really go far into it because I'm sure people are over the topic, but do you guys have any thoughts on the Ukrainian front that's moving in Russia?
I
I
mean,
have
how-
I actually have questions about it because I don't know much about it. I'm only hearing that they're actually admitting that they're having a little bit of success there, but I don't know. Dance, do you
No
know?
kidding. Nobody.
I
The
don't
funny
know.
thing is, Riddle, nobody's fucking hearing anything. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well,
Where's the news?
it was minimal. It was just an article, and who knows if it's even real or not. But apparently, it was one of the Chechen commanders or something like that. I don't know what rank he was, but he was basically admitting that they're there. We lost some people, but we're gonna take it back anyway. So that's basically the summary of it. But that's all I got. So it
Yeah,
sounds
I'm
like they're
looking- I'm
doing
digging
something
now.
successful, which is crazy. I mean, it's like I don't know, man. You wouldn't expect even just 1,000 troops. You wouldn't have expect them to breach the border. It's kinda
I
crazy.
was surprised. I was surprised.
What's-
Based on the narrative.
I'm wondering where they got how they got in there.
They probably asked Hamas for secret tactics of getting through
The
fencing.
tunnels, right? Yeah.
I mean, sometimes just parachuting in with some old
Oh yeah.
laundry.
Yes.
I think the most interesting. Now I don't even know if it's good for them to do it. There's a lot of ways you could take that, but it is interesting, and it's just another example of how weak Russia is. Because, I mean, that shit in any westernized country is not going to fly where they just occupy the area like that. You know. I mean, imagine that happening here. I mean,
Yeah.
it's almost like they don't want to put everything into it, or they just don't got anything to put into it. You know.
I think you're right. I think it's probably that they projected way more strength than they actually have, and they probably used way more than we actually know about during the initial invasion. I mean, if they're because they have satellites, they can see the troop movement. So if they allowed that to happen,
exactly. Or if they can't, then that's even more telling.
Yeah, but
surely they can see.
There is the old adage of underestimating your enemy, which you guys are doing right now.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's either that or they really could care less about their people.
It's possible, or
I think that's what I was about to say. Is it's probably not militarily significant.
That's exactly what I'm
so
saying. That's
the
only two options. That's the only two options.
Russia has large land, so you're right. It may not be significant at all.
I'm sure they would be glad to trade Ukrainian troops in this town for Ukrainian troops on the front lines in Ukraine.
If that is the case, that it still plays into how weak they are. That they don't have enough that they could.
Well, we know they're
are
weak.
we assuming that they have unleashed the full power of their regular military?
I think so.
I think so. I think so.
Russia.
Whom?
Yes.
Russia.
In Ukraine?
Yeah.
Pretty close. No, I wouldn't say the full
Yeah,
power.
I wouldn't say full power, but they would have used what do you think they're reserving their best shit for later?
Right, exactly.
I do.
I don't think so.
I think they're saving their
where are they going to get them
shit for other invaders?
And how are they going to pay for that? Their GDP is like South American country,
smaller than Canada.
Yeah,
China will get it to them.
Well, Russia's
China
best,
will, yeah.
Russia's
but they're not going to be. China's not going to be some open book to Russia where they could just. There's definitely limitations.
It's true. Russia and China are not real actual friends. So Russia doesn't want to depend on China, but they're going to make it seem like they are allies to the West, right? But they don't want to depend on China. China wants their land.
Yeah, it's only worth so much to China to give them what they're going to give them.
I mean, I have two questions. One, do you think that now that the war is on Russian soil, that the younger men are going to be more patriotic and start wanting to fight? And two, is there any coincidence or correlation to the timing of what's happening in Iran? Because Iran is being ramped up and being considered.
I don't think it's enough.
More of a threat.
I'd say no to both.
Yeah.
Okay.
Real quick, I don't want to steal the thunder here, but a lot of times when these things happen, it's like, well, this is going on over here, so we're going to make our new. Those countries are 100% of their focus is on what they have to do. Not like what some other country and they're going to make their move at what they do. It's all about what they got to do and nothing about what anybody else is going to do.
I can't say an absolute in that way, because if you know that your enemies are going to be split at a moment, it'd be a good strategy to move in that moment.
Well, not Ukraine's. The Ukraine ain't studying, world politics to try to figure out when the right move is going to be to do.
How would Iran play into this at all? I don't even see how where the logic is here.
The aspect of Iran and the intelligence in the United States basically being prepared for the powder keg of Israel to explode, for Iran to actually make an offensive against Israel, and also Israel planning on making the offensive against Iran.
Yeah.
If that is on the board and that is distracting people or pulling resources, to me, I could factor it into strategy.
I don't see how it pulls resources from either Ukraine or Russia.
Wouldn't it affect America's ability to be involved in both places at once?
Slightly. But that would suggest that, you think Ukraine is doing this because they're desperate, because they think that we were not going to have the resources in short order, so they're I mean,
I am
what
curious why-
you're saying would tend to push Russia to start an offensive now, and or even coordinate it with Iran. When Iran starts their war, Russia will start their offensive, and we'll be caught having to supply arms to two desperate countries.
It doesn't make sense for America to be masterminding it, because why would they want to push in both directions at the same time? If
Brother
they're the
here
ones-
says everyone is betting on war. No, I'm not. I don't think so.
A lot of
he
people
means,
seem to be considering the moves that are being made, though. So I can see where he's coming from.
I can, but
Yeah.
the stock market damn near came back. If you're investing regularly, don't stop. Keep going. Don't change your account. And don't go to a 3%er. Just keep it
I don't
going.
know. War seems to make a lot of people money, so we'll see.
Trust the market.
That's been a historically proven thing. Unfortunately,
Is Iran and Israel and America's tangle inevitable, or is it fear mongering?
oh, it's definitely not inevitable.
I don't think it's inevitable. In fact, I hear there's some infighting in Iran about this right now. See, I say Iran, and you guys all say Iran.
How about Iran? Let's compromise.
That's probably
Iran?
Wait,
What kind of a fucking freak are you, Iran?
what does it?
Oh, you got me.
We're not from the country, so what does it matter?
Iran.
There you go.
I think those are islands
Iran.
off the west coast of Ireland.
Oh, my bad. Well, tally ho.
Yo, that's funny. Yeah, we need an Iranian to come on here and tell us how to say Iran.
Iranian.
I could probably pull one from the Nexus, but you might not want them on the stream.
No. Avoid.
Wait, abort.
Take it back. I take it back. Rewind. That's
No, you're
the
good,
deal.
man. I'm happy to not get into a Muslim Christian
Hey!
debate.
Yeah, right. For one night. Look who it is. Everybody's favorite.
You'll see.
Killer. What up, dog? Good to see you.
So, Topple, was there any audience participation in that Green Day show last night?
It was.
I
It
can't
was
stand
full.
that shit.
It was full, but like when they did what they usually do when they get to the chorus and put the mic out in the crowd, it was like stuck in there. It was surprising. Like,
Except for you, right? You were belting out some good shit.
Smashing Pumpkins, even though I can't stand them.
They were there too?
Yeah, Smashing Pumpkins. But
They're my
like Green
favorite.
Day.
Dude,
I can't-
Gish is one of the best albums ever put.
I
down.
agree, but
Dude.
I can't. The guy's voice is
Billy Corrigan.
yeah. Over the years, has just worn me out. I can't do the voice anymore.
Yeah, but that mix that they did on
I
Gish,
know,
it's
that
fucking
was-
gold with headphones on an old
I
school
know, man.
Walkman.
Like
It's
like
awesome.
those were like my experimenting times, if you know what I mean. You know, and like the lights turned off, and like you got a apartment full of other people that are
Wait, you mean
enjoying
gay
the
stuff?
night. No.
With the guys? Ecstasy
No,
guys?
just like everybody's just like doing nothing but spending 100% of their energy to listening to that music. You know what I'm saying?
A circle of guys.
No. Chicks too.
Stop
Chicks
being
Oh,
too.
straight.
women. All right. Okay. I'm kidding, bro. Yeah, I mean, I listened to it on the MBTA, which took me like 2 hours to get home from high school, so I had to listen to something. Or
Yeah.
staring at the fucking walls in the train, and I was lucky to have that. Oh man, there's so many great albums back then. Just good.
That was a man. I can't deny as much enjoyment as I got out of listening to that album. But now I can't do the dude's voice.
Right.
The same thing was the same thing with the other dude that killed himself.
Kurt Cobain?
No, he lasted a lot longer than the rest of them.
Wait. Stone Temple Pilots?
Soundgarden dude.
Oh,
What's the guy's name?
I love me some Chris Cornell.
I know, man. His
What is
voice did
wrong
the
with
same.
you?
His voice did the same thing to me. I couldn't take his voice after.
He's a really good singer.
He's dead, though, so you can make jokes about him, Aphid.
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah,
they're all
I mean-
dead, other than
So long as they're funny.
The Pearl Jam dudes.
Pearl Jam's not in the grunge. I hate
Those Pearl Jam dudes are still going.
Yeah,
not
they're still jamming Pearl, if you know what I'm saying.
I do know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I thought
I
Chris
only know what I'm
Cornell
saying because
died.
of you bastard.
No, he committed suicide, or he ended himself.
I think what it would be called in the old days would be death by misadventure.
No, that wasn't him.
Is that like when you're using a belt when you're going after it and you
Yeah.
suffocate yourself?
Right.
No,
Jason
it's more
Tiger.
like you're drinking, you're smoking, you take a few pills, you're dead all of a sudden.
I think
and
that
you didn't mean to do
dude.
it.
Yeah, but that dude was sober at the time. I think.
Yeah, he was.
I don't
What,
know
the
what he
Kung Fu
got.
I think he had been sober for years, and then it, like he did
I
a
don't
bunch
think
of
so,
crazy.
bro.
I think so, man.
Well,
I could be
okay,
wrong.
so
I
he
could be
was
wrong.
sober and then he just went nuts, is what you're saying.
And he just like
That's what I did.
obviously he wanted to end his life. And it
Cause of
seemed like
death
his
was
fam-
ruled as suicide by hanging.
Okay.
Oh
serious
yeah,
question.
that's not a drug.
Serious question.
What about?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna bring up Chester Bennington from Linkin Park.
That was a year later, and they were best friends.
Yeah,
That's
so,
right.
And that was I was like, when that happened, I was like, damn, because I grew up with them.
Yeah, that
you
was
know, that
my
music.
that was my time too.
That was fucked up too, because the common narrative, which seems to be true, was he did it because Chris did it, which was so
No,
fucking
if
sad.
you listen to every album, you could just hear it in every song.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
he-
mean, like he
I
idolized.
think that was
Chris.
I think that was just his like his final like. I mean, the guy was always depressed. He was. Like, he went through a
his
lot.
business model.
But that might have put
He's
maybe
good on
was that the camel back breaking straw thing that the fucking when Chris killed himself that pushed Chester over the edge
No,
because he was such a huge fan. He idolized Chris Cornell.
I think it had a lot to do with him pushing over the edge, but he was always like a suicidal, like kind of, he kind of was.
So
I mean,
was
you
he
do
the
look-
guy
he's-
who sang more, or did the rapping part more?
he's
Oh, that's
Screamo guy.
he did this. He did the singing and screaming. Yeah.
he was the screamer.
Not the
Yeah.
rapper.
Right.
Kenji or whatever his name is.
Mike Kenji, right? Mike something. Mike.
I'm not sure of the other name.
So that song where he's like, "It tries so hard," like,
Yeah.
that's him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter.
That's right. Ace
Yeah,
It doesn't.
exactly. Down, and then the other dude raps, and it was cool. I always thought they were a little cheesy. I never really bought into the whole thing.
Yeah, I kind of was with you.
They were
Smokesteve.
for like the younger audience.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
were like,
I was
Not-
in the audience back then.
Not for us old geezers.
Nah, you guys are too old.
Well, they were like as far as like because like it like around the Nirvana time, a bunch of these channels across the country came on, that played that kind of music, because there wasn't enough for it before.
Right.
You'd have to listen to like 120 minutes on Sunday nights on MTV to get your fix.
Yeah, right.
I mean, Steve would be the perfect age for the teenage year of Nirvana, right?
Yeah. We caught them.
oh really?
At the independent record stores we were in like Cambridge. We used to just walk from one to one and like eat weird
Damn.
shit in between. And
This is
they were
the-
playing a record, and it was Nirvana. Then we discovered them from that, and we went and bought Bleach. Bleach was such a great album. The whole time, like at the time, I thought they were incredible, but Nirvana never lasted. It didn't last, man. They were awesome for a few years, but I just got sick of it.
And
Yeah,
Courtney killed him.
Yeah, I'm with you.
They
So
were.
I saw him at a really small place. It was cool.
Oh,
I'm
Mike Shinoda.
glad
Yeah,
I
you're
was
right.
Able to see
Sorry.
him.
My bad.
This is
Yeah.
a serious question for the panel. So this question blew up the Nexus the other day, and they released an article that shows a girl that wherever she's from, assisted suicide is okay, and she was celebrating because she had her death date, and she had it on the calendar, and that was her last day of living. And the question was, is assisted suicide a net positive or a net negative for society? And I'm curious your guys' thoughts on that.
Are we talking about terminal illness? Are we talking about depression? Are we talking about
Depression.
age groups?
It was depression.
Or are we talking about
For her, it was depression.
Yeah,
age
I mean,
group?
I'll say it's a net positive.
Why?
Because it gives you a choice to, when you want to end your life, you can do it without suffering. You can do it the way, the right way. If I'm thinking personally of, if I have a terminal illness like cancer, I don't want to ride that sucker to the last breath. So, nor should I have to figure it out on my own. Why not let me get the assistance of experts?
Okay. So you're saying in a terminal illness scenario, I would agree with you. Now, let's go more specific to the scenario that was presented of a psychological disorder of depression, which some might even call terminal depression because she can't seem to shake it. She's got therapy, she's on drugs, nothing's working, and this woman was very depressed, and even her boyfriend and shit stayed with her till the end, and she committed physician-assisted suicide. Yeah, so
make her happy to stay alive.
I don't think she should be able to do it.
I think ultimately she should be able to do it, but I would like doctors to be more skeptical of patients like that. And
you would like to imagine there's brilliant people that are vetting her for this.
Let's suppose I was the doctor who was assisting suicide.
No,
that
doesn't work. We're gonna
You're Kevorkian.
I would.
Great demented humor. I like that.
he's really animated. It seems like he's really animated and really
Look at that.
When you guys talk about that, though, I put myself in the position if I have a child, and I mean grown child, let's say I can make it to see my kids in their 30s. I hope I do, but one of my children want to do that. I would not want that one bit for depression.
Right, not as a child, of course not. But
no, adult. I mean, even if they were an adult at that time, 30 years old plus.
Of course. It's any parent's natural instinct to want your child to live. And this is them not living. So all parents would think that way, I would think.
Yes.
I'd be curious to imagine that this person's parents probably were on board with it. I can't say. I didn't look that deep into it. But the boyfriend was right there with her.
Was there a life insurance policy with her?
Yeah, I was going to say that. That makes it more suspicious, not less.
It wasn't. She was a fairly normal-looking person. It wasn't like...
Is it true?
Why do we need to let somebody? Well, why do we need to get involved with it anyway? I mean, if you want to kill yourself, you're gonna kill yourself. Why do we have to have some doctor help out with it? Because you can't do it. I mean, if you really want to do it, just do it.
Because you don't want to fail, and you don't.
That's bullshit.
You don't want,
if you really want to,
painful.
if you fail at it, because. There's people that have failed. There's people who have failed multiple times. Those people didn't want to. They didn't want to do it. They were like, "Well, if it happens, it happens." But I'm kind of okay if it doesn't happen. And those people shouldn't die. And if we have some government assisted or physician assisted, they won't get to make that. Yeah, they're 100% gonna die.
But then hitting rock bottom, and then they survive it, and guess what? They live a healthy life.
Yeah, and those people are never like, man, I wish I would have gotten away. I wish there was a doctor-assisted suicide. Nobody's ever says that. They're like, I'm glad I lived.
Ethan, do you
20
remember
years later,
the live leak video of the guys who sitting around the campfire who had failed the rifle or shotgun, whatever it was? That was one. It was like from Vietnam or something.
No.
That one was not good, dude.
I remember the kid with the shot.
So he made it.
Yeah, but the video was him just sitting there with like half of his face hanging.
Well, I mean,
I'm so glad I missed out on the live leak days, my friends.
It was good to see because then you're like, "Yep, definitely never doing that."
I mean, when you're gonna kill yourself, I mean, Come on, dude. I mean, a lot of times I've seen the same guy like that tried to kill himself. Shot he was in his garage. This was a more famous guy, and shot half of his face off, and he was grateful of the only half a face he's got left, and he's still living and still breathing. He's turned his life around. So maybe who knows what can do it? Just to make that decision for somebody, take it out of their hands, put it in somebody else's hands to kill them. I just don't think I agree with it.
Point quickly, because my concern directly went to the children that got transitioned through the medical industry when doctors were all of a sudden helping them understand what the right path forward would be. I don't have faith in doctors for those decisions.
Right.
If the loved ones had to be the ones to sign the paperwork for this person to take their lives, that would mean a lot more to me. But I would only think it would work because they have no loved ones that will sign the document.
Yeah, look, if you're God forbid, I can't imagine being in this situation when you're a young boy or something. But if you get to that situation and you find yourself in the garage and you take matters into your own hands and you don't complete it and then you go to the hospital and they finish it for you, then I'm okay with that. But for us to be like doing it for them and okay, you can check off all the boxes that somebody else put in place, so we're going to go ahead and assist this. I don't think that that's right.
How many businesses do you think would open up in your locality for that service? Would it be like the murder booths in Futurama, or like would it be like only one facility in the state, or like?
Yeah, it wouldn't. It'd be like everything else. It'd be however much. If you got to pay for that, it's going to be how much money they're going to make off of it to. If they need more than one in a state.
I suspect the overwhelming majority of people seeking the service would be those suffering from terminal.
Yeah, the terminal is a different story. Now, me, I don't care if I get 99% failure rate. I'm gonna keep fighting until I take my last breath. But I don't want to make that, if somebody else doesn't want to go through all that, I totally get it. And I don't want to, I've been in, we're all old enough where we've, been close to situations like that. And if they want to end it and don't want to go through that, then I don't want to be the one to tell them they can't do it that way.
Exactly.
Hospice care, end of life.
If you also want to bring in not just the moral aspect of it, but the financial aspect of it, because some families don't want to bring their families into complete financial ruin to keep, terminal illness alive. That should also be an option to weigh as well. Some people just don't want to do that.
Right.
So when it comes to terminal illness,
go ahead, buddy.
So I'm just saying when it comes to terminal illness, it makes sense that there's much more reasoning to it than if it was a mental illness.
Does terminal illness, if it's actually medically coined, that person is terminally ill, doesn't Medicare take that over?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Not if you're not of
My
age.
understanding is once you enter hospice situation that it's Medicare covered.
Once you become totally disabled,
yes,
permanently and totally disabled, you can get on Medicare.
And that would be the same thing, RW. Well, let me ask you this, and now we're going to do a bit of Smokesteve. Public service announcement.
Do it.
Question for the panel. Aphid running away because he knows what it's going to be.
He's looking for his Tamagotchi. He's all right.
Who has had a camera inserted into their anus?
No.
Not yet.
Not me.
I still got a couple of years, right?
What about manual inspection? Does
What is
that
it,
count?
45?
Does it have to be a camera? I'm just curious.
What is it? 45?
And I didn't get paid for it.
Now I had it. I just had it recently, like about probably 4 or 5 weeks ago. Okay.
How it feel?
They gave me the propofol, dude. You will never fucking feel a thing if they
I don't
give you
know.
Exactly.
I was talking to them. I'm like in the fucking room. I'm talking, and then in literally 1 second, the person goes, "Okay, we're done." I look at the clock. It was like 30 minutes later.
Was he zipping his pants up or like what?
I was like, "Holy shit, dude! Are you kidding?"
RW's got the humor on him.
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine.
You were put to sleep?
All right, it's too gay. We're done.
But my whole
Did you have to pay for that?
It's part of my
Your
Your
insurance.
insurance does pay for it.
I
brought
don't
it
know.
there.
I might. I'll figure it out. But listen, the point is, they found a few small polyps. They call them. All right.
Yep. Yep.
So they're non-cancerous, but they call them precancerous. So what I'm saying to you guys as you get older, putting this thing off is not going to make it go away because they only get bigger and get worse. So
Dude,
if
Do you have a family
I
history?
need to go there, and I
Now,
got
Do you
a
have a
this is
family.
family history?
What's There's a
no, I
colonoscopy,
didn't.
though, right?
I
Yeah.
didn't have a family history, and I took that fucking take-home shit test thing. It sucks,
the
dude.
the shit in the box thing.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
All four.
Man.
Paul, don't do it. Just do the big one. Just go for the big boy, the full colonoscopy, because the shit in the box thing is fucking dumb, dude.
Did
Now,
you
here's
see
the
the
question
Woody Harrelson shit in the box thing on SNL? Because it really was the funniest thing I've ever seen in like 10 years on SNL.
No, I didn't.
It's a little box, and they make it on the commercial look like a little happy box. You know, it's like it's got a smiley face on it or something, and the box was like animated in this SNL skit.
Go for it, Mr.
And
E.
Woody Harrelson is like
Yeah, more
staring
cartoon.
at it, you know, because he ordered it, and the box is like, "Go ahead, unload me," and it is so funny.
Yeah.
Are you
It's
going to
hilarious.
change your diet in any way to enhance your colon health, or are you just
Yeah,
gonna, like,
yeah, totally.
Okay.
I've upped the green apples, and luckily my garden is now producing like great vegetables and shit, higher fiber. So yeah, like
We'll
they
talk
used to
sometime
tell.
about that knowledge. I've been already down that road for a while for myself. So
Sure. Yeah, I and I'm going for like healthier shit, dude, in the cereal department, whatever. But
less cheese whiz.
I've got to schedule my third colonoscopy now.
there you go.
Is it like
Good
weekly
man.
now, or how often?
Just had your last one
Um,
2 weeks ago.
Tuesday.
Because I have family history, they want me to get one every 5 years.
No, bro.
But I don't.
Is it
but I-
progressing? Like, is it like you're getting the same news every time, or they're like,
it's basically been clean every time, so I'm thinking of
"Good on you"? What just you
Ah,
stupid
yeah.
vegans? I'm telling you.
Last Dance has a nice ass. There we go.
What's the history? Like cancerous or?
my mother's brother had colon cancer.
Okay.
That's the family history. And
Oh,
my
okay.
mother had colon polyps.
How long have
Okay.
you been plant based?
Since I was 28 years old.
How old are you now?
Your chance of getting colon cancer is
62.
probably extremely low.
38, 48, 58, 34 years.
You missed out on so many hot dogs.
My brother, well, my family, both sides have real bad colon cancer. You know, they've all died from it. But my brother was like, he's like, dude, I got these like they're almost like grapes, and he's got to shove them back up in there after he goes to the bathroom. Not anymore. He's got them.
hemorrhoids.
Yeah,
Hemorrhoids.
but he had like when he got his first colonoscopy, they were like they were convinced he was going to have cancer, but they just snipped all of them off, and he was good to go.
Good God.
Well, the colonoscopy itself is, as Smokesteve has alluded to, a completely pleasant,
Pleasant.
painless. It is. I
Like-
enjoy the
like-
propofol. I'll
like-
admit it. It's a very pleasant experience.
I
Dude,
can't.
mine
I can't
was
take
at
needles
7
that easily.
Mine was at 7 a.m. So the whole entire day before, you can have nothing except. And
shit
remember
tray.
Remember this point, boys. You can have THC and as much as you want. You can get high as a motherfucker the day
Don't you
before.
get
You
the-
cannot have alcohol,
They don't have munchies.
Yeah.
no food. Yeah, I got so fucking high, it was great. Here's the bug. Holy
Is this
shit, I
still part
got
of the
him.
public service announcement?
Fucking
I can't
fly.
get. Oh man, I don't know.
High as a motherfucker.
If I get stoned as shit, then I'm gonna have to eat, and I don't know. That's a tempting thing, man.
All they're
I don't know
gonna
if I
see
can
is
resist
that
the
they're treating
temptation,
your
dude.
colon.
The
I
prep
got
is the only unpleasant thing about a colonoscopy.
The
I
what?
got-
The needle, right?
Huh?
The needle. You're put out through intravenous drugs, right?
Yeah, that's Come on, what's
I
a
don't even
needle?
feel it. I got my
Fuck
veins
that
are
shit.
right at the surface. I'm buff, dude. I'm jacked. So like,
Like,
Dude, you can't fight my veins for anything. They just
Did
dig
you
around.
guys
They're like,
notice
hold on a second. We're just gonna
your
back
next
this up and
stool
go in
movement,
again.
did you notice anything different?
What's
Huh?
up?
We missed the vein.
no, mine was fine. They said one of them was of the size that they had to put a staple on, and that the staple would just pass through my normal whatever's shits. You know what
Thanks
I'm
for
saying?
paying attention, Ashley.
Wow.
Yeah. So then I looked it up, and they gave the company that made the staple, I think it was Boston Scientific, and it's like a little plastic staple. They cut the thing off, and they put this little thing on. I don't know how. They put a lot of faith in these companies, you know, that this thing isn't going to perforate your colon, which would be a serious. They do that all during the colonoscopy. Zip, zip, done, fucking out the door. Now, Last Dance, you got me beat because now they want me back every 3 years. I'm fucked.
Nice. They got your ass.
Well, they'll want to see if you continue to grow polyps.
It's fine.
If you have a clean colonoscopy in 3 years, they may say 5 years there next month.
And I'm happy to do a day of cleansing for every 3 years. That works. I can do
Dude,
that.
you can cleanse more than that.
Well, here's the other trick. Here's the other trick I learned. Don't matter when you schedule your colonoscopy, just make sure you're able to get the earliest morning appointment.
Yeah, 7 a.m., bro.
7 a.m.
I got.
Here's another fun hint: people that need fiber. So chia seeds, like the ones you buy at the store, just dry chia seeds. Find a juice you really like and take out so much from the bottle, and then pour in a whole bunch of chia seeds and shake it up, and then shake it up a couple more times over the next 15 minutes, and then sit that in the fridge and let that absorb, and they'll get gelatinous. Drink it. It's fun texture. It tastes just like the normal juice, and that will give you nutrients as well as a massive fiber boost that helps to push stuff out through your system. So,
Stuff? What kind of stuff?
Hmm?
Stuff, you say? Push
Me?
stuff out?
yes, push the stuff out. And if you crap outside, you'll have chia pets everywhere.
This whole conversation shit.
Yeah, what the
It's-
hell is this?
Before we change it, I got one last shit story to tell you guys.
I hope
All
so.
right.
You better involve
All right,
them
let's-
up.
Let's hear it.
So I have 3 dogs, and
Uh-oh.
they've each one have went through this diarrhea bout, and it's went from one to the next, and now it's on to Chippy, and he can't shake it. So he's having, poor Chip, man, he's having a real hard time. Every morning I come downstairs and it's like total like cleanup.
Diarrhea bomb went off.
Yes. And it's just horrible, and he's like real lethargic and everything. I hope he pulls through.
Who's gonna have
because
some more watermelon? Food.
Chip's been my bro for a long time.
Is this the one that has a walking issue?
Yeah, his hips
Yeah,
are fucked up.
So does he
No,
drag this shit with his leg around? You can follow his.
No, he's pretty much over he's spry again. Well, not,
ACL.
So you're happy you didn't spend that money then?
oh yeah, man. Like both my dogs, I think. Well, my Chip can't have it because he's got some disorder thing going on where he can't have anything anymore. Basically, if something happens to Chip, he's a goner, you know. So
Now, Athan, you're not going to go spending thousands of dollars on old Chipperoo
No.
if it comes down to it, right?
no, I won't.
All right, because we had an argument about this a few years ago, and you
No,
were like,
Topo's the one that has the endless. Like he
No,
spent
no.
like 10,000 on his little
10,000.
Oh, my little one, my last dog. That's a
like thousands of dollars. Topo's willing to
family
go.
member.
As
That's
long
a
as you spend that
family
much on your kid.
Yeah, it's a family member.
I draw the line.
I'm sure we spent thousands of dollars on Ralph.
Well, I mean, we have on our dogs too, you know, combined. And it's like every time you go in there, when there's something major going on, it's at least $1,000. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but it's a short-term rental. They're not going to live past. What if you're lucky, 16? I mean,
Yeah, but you got to look. You got to go into that decision knowing that night you got to look that dog into the face when he wants to give you everything he has,
Dude,
because he loves you
yeah,
with
look,
everything
yeah.
he's got, and you got to look at him and you got to tell him you're not worth me spending $1,000 on.
You pat him
you
on
gotta
the
tell your
head and
kids
just
that.
say you're a short-term rental, little buddy. Have a good
Yeah,
one.
exactly.
What do your dogs speak English? What the fuck are you talking about? Just
Your
go
dogs will speak
shake
English.
their paw, pat them on the shoulder, and
And the drawback
it.
of that is, like, you know that in a week or two you're gonna have to go into that doctor's office to get him put down, and you got to carry him in there, and everybody in that waiting room knows exactly why you're in there, and you got to sit there for a half an hour until you can go into a cold ass room and he can get a shot on a cold ass metal desk until he dies.
Why would you do that?
Well, I think that you should be able to. It shouldn't be frowned upon that you should be able to euthanize, by your own means at your house, and he can go off and gander into his own backyard and pass out, with some sleeping pills or
Who
something.
euthanizes
like
pets?
16
What are you
boxes of
talking about? Are
chocolate.
you crazy? You're killing euthanize?
I think that should be okay. I think that the dog's last minutes should be spent like at his own house, where he fades off
Yeah,
into
but
the
then-
sunset.
But then in the next pandemic, Trump will tell you to inject the blue stuff, and because it'll kill the germs.
How you try? That's such a.
Tangent.
Smokesteve, does your wife greet you at the door every time you come in, and she's all happy to see you? And
No, I get home before her. So.
That's a great point, Topple.
like my,
Does she wag her tail?
she
Yeah.
wag her ass.
Well, I mean, I don't know why.
Does your wife come in while you're taking a stinky ass diarrhea shit, sit on the floor, and want nothing else but to be by your side at that moment in time?
I know. I mean, I don't really understand the comparison.
He's saying that
Dogs are better than wives.
besides the dogs are better.
Who said that?
Topple is saying that.
Well, he doesn't believe that in 2 fucking seconds. It's so outlandish.
We did hit 20 years of marriage, so
I just think the point is that you should appreciate the loyalty that these dogs have for you.
Exactly. It's admirable.
No,
Well,
I don't
tell you-
not appreciate them, but they are a form of. People call them a family member, but you know, like
are.
some people treat dogs like livestock.
What?
Well, yeah, those are in
Yeah, here they
very
do.
underdeveloped
Oh,
countries.
Those
yeah,
are
but we
heartless.
North Carolina, dude.
Those are heartless bastards, is what you're describing.
RW is literally saying that's what we do here, but you guys are like, third world countries, heartless bastards. No.
But there's a difference.
Here
They
in
have
the
the
US.
inside dog that they would spend 20 grand on, but the outside coon hunting dog, they'll just beat the shit with a stick until they're broken. There's a split in the mentality. Outside
Yeah,
dogs don't
that
get the
is-
same treatment as inside dogs.
I mean, you gotta admit though, there are different types of humans, right? Some people are more built for the outdoors, and some people are built to be inside, right? They just are. It's
Oh
different.
yeah,
So it's how is that much farther from dogs?
outdoors.
I would have a bunch of toy poodles as my pack sled animals. I don't know what you're trying to say.
I can picture you having a pack of poodles, or I just know why. I
mush.
just can.
Yeah, a lot of dogs have been killed by thinking that they are stronger than they really are. I know this for a fact. They hear
Natural
something in the bushes, they run into the bushes to check it out. Ooh, cool! I'm going to be a little badass terrier. And yep, they're gone forever.
Yep. Cougar grabs them by the nuts and they're just done.
Cougar, fucking coyote.
Coyote. Yeah.
Fucking turkey vulture sometimes, depending on how big the dog is.
Sure.
Do what?
I could see that happening. Jesus.
A turkey vulture?
Taking out a live animal? I've never seen that.
Me neither.
What? Picking,
You
getting
mean like an eagle?
a turkey vulture.
I've never seen a turkey
They're-
vulture go after a living thing.
They are definitely carrion eaters. They don't I've never seen them go after anything, not even
my
a
What you got
cicada.
some planning to do?
When we used to live, I'm not going to dox myself, but up north in the farming land,
On 35th Street down in Nebraska.
there was
Mailbox
one.
number 7. No, what?
We had a pit bull, and her father always said, "Be careful of the turkey vultures." Maybe it was another bird.
Probably was because it says here that they're non-aggressive.
They
Speaking
do
of,
they have the best sense of smell of any bird ever. And
Scary
in fact,
Carrie. Go ahead.
David Attenborough puts a rotting piece of meat under some bushes in a jungle, and because they travel, they go from South America to North America and back every year. They're not here in the winter, up north at least.
They just prey on the dead. Looks like.
These things smelled this thing out for miles. You see them soaring in, and they just like find the rotting flesh and eat it. That's their deal. They're a nasty fucker. They're opportunists. They'll chomp something on the ground that's near them, but mostly they're going for anything that's dead.
So I took my grandfather for a walk 5 years ago, the one that just passed away, and I took him outside and we started going for a walk, and a vulture came out of the tree and landed in front of us, like looking at him. I've never seen anything interact like that before in my life. And I was like, get out of here. It's not the time. Get out of here. And I went and I walked and I came back around, and like the walk almost killed him in itself. That bird came out of the tree and landed at our feet again when we got to the driveway, and I was freaked out.
Turkey vulture or black vulture?
That's just. That's just kind of sad though, because
it knew.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can sense death. They can sense oldness.
Yeah.
They would probably follow around if there's a herd of whatever, and there's a really old deer. The fucking turkey vultures know what that looks like.
Just ride on their back till they drop.
Well, they'll just flutter from tree to tree and slowly follow it, pick up what they can along the way.
Yeah, literally
when
just
that thing goes down, they'll fucking jump on it, dude.
Eyeballs first, man. That's comforting. So if you guys are just walking and turkey vultures start like landing next to you and like following you, you need to figure out what's going on.
Pay up that insurance.
Yeah.
Get your affairs in order.
Anyone a fan of Conan the Barbarian?
Like
the original?
The cartoon.
No, the movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, no.
It was all right, yeah.
When he's captured and he's posted up on the tree and the vulture lands next to him and starts going for his face and he kind of bites its head off, kind of like, and then he's like dying, and then that weird Chinese guy that wears the metal hat on his head finds him. It's like the dumbest little metal yarmulke. He's Chinese. He's not Jewish. I don't know what the hell this thing is, but very weird movie, but absolutely awesome.
I like the cartoon in the 90s.
I believe it featured in that scene a turkey vulture.
Me and my wife just watched True Lies the other night, last night for our hangout session. That was terrible.
Yeah, with Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yeah, that was a very non-erotic dance that she did.
I mean,
True Lies. Huh.
To each their own.
All I can say is about her. She man, damn. Woo. Anyways, on to the next subject.
Yeah, I don't understand. Just in case my wife watches this video.
My wife just got back to me. She said red-tail hawk. I didn't think we had those in Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah, red-tailed hawk, Buteo gemisensia, common species in the east, all the way from Florida up to Maine and spreading all the way across to the Rockies, basically.
They're not all the same size, though. There's
We
some
got
down
them
here that look like a bald eagle.
No, that's not true. They all do exist in the same size.
Well, there's red hawks down here that are like my arm span.
Well, let me tell you this. Bald eagle takes 4 years to reach maturity. And in the 3 years prior to its 4th year, it does have like phases that you could confuse for a giant red-tailed hawk. They're brown all over with like a lighter colored tail. So it's possible. And there's a lot more immature eagles out there than mature eagles. And a lot of people don't realize they might be looking at just a second year integrate, you know.
Like, it could have been because we had an adolescent bald eagle land in the trees about 3 months ago, just outside the back door.
Oh yeah,
But it was huge.
they are big. They look like a barn door with, you know. when they're
Yes, they
full.
do.
They're huge.
They have sharp
Awesome.
talons.
Yeah. Was that a reference to Napoleon Dynamite?
Yes.
All right, I like it.
Good.
Anyone have an opinion about that movie? I thought it was fabulous.
It's I love it.
I really enjoyed it.
Anybody?
Hey,
Riddle?
Top-
Yes.
Topples thinks it's stupid.
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
wouldn't vote for Pedro.
If you like a boring and dumb movie for the sake of it, then yes, it's good. Because then in that case, then yeah, I like
But there was time travel in that movie. Why is that so dumb? That's
time
awesome.
travel.
Yeah. You don't remember when his brother had the time travel machine?
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
He traveled like 1 second into the future with burned testicles.
The only funny thing about that movie was the black girlfriend that he met online.
LaFonda.
Yeah. Oh wow. You watch it all the time?
I've
He's
seen
watching
it.
it right now, dude. See that
I've
screen
seen
in the back?
Yeah. I'm not going to die. Her interactions with
you're
Kip
just jealous because
were
I'm talking
fucking
to babes
hilarious.
all day.
Yeah, that's Kip. He's doing Kip. That's a pretty good Kip.
I've seen that. I've seen that movie.
I've seen it a few times.
Many times.
And pineapple.
I've also seen, which is not nearly as good, but I've also seen Nacho Libre a handful of times.
Oh, get out of here with that!
No. Napoleon Dynamite way better. When
I
Kip
didn't say it wasn't better.
When
I
Kip
clearly
takes-
said it wasn't nearly as good, but I've seen it a lot.
when Kip takes on Rex Kondo, he does that goofy leg sweep, and
Yeah, if you
and
you watch,
slaps him in the face. He fucking clocks him open-handed.
Yeah.
Like that was a really funny scene.
I've watched the commentary, and that scene, Kip is in real life. He has a migraine headache that day, and the John Heater, the guy that is Napoleon, he can't stop laughing during that scene,
he's
and you
watching-
can see him in
yeah,
the
yeah,
mirror.
yeah.
He's sitting there laughing. He's trying to keep himself. And Kip's got like a serious headache going on in real life, and he just
That was
smacks
really
him
good.
upside the face.
It was a good movie. I mean, you can't deny it.
They made so
Fucking
much.
Uncle Rico throws the fucking
Oh,
steak and hits him in the face with it. I mean, how can you beat? And the funny thing is, Uncle Rico, that actor,
Vegetarian.
takes after Last Dance. Vegan.
Yeah, he's a vegan.
All right, question: What would you guys rate out of that genre? Right? What would you guys rate it?
8.5.
Napoleon Dynamite?
Out of like a comedy, you know, it's supposed to be under comedy, right?
Wacky comedy. Just
Sure,
weird.
wacky. All right,
I would
fine.
say
Weird.
number one because if
No,
Nacho Libre is the
let's
same
go with
category,
No. Out of 10.
Out of 10.
Eight
exactly.
and a half. 8.5.
Which one are we rating that?
8.5.
Napoleon Dynamite.
I would say Clerks, Super Troopers.
Oh, come on.
Those are the same category.
Hold on.
No,
one
I
at
don't
a
think-
time.
I don't-
Wacky comedy.
I don't know if it's the same category then.
Clerks is like a
Yeah,
6.5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Aphid Lip. I'm gonna latch on 8.5 Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah, 8.5. Because 9 is like you can't get much
Yeah.
better. Because you got to leave room for perfection.
Nine.
I don't know if there is a 10.
9 here.
Let me throw out a solid 9 would be Spaceballs.
Oh no!
I've never seen it, to be honest.
Come on, you
I've never seen it. Never.
God damn, man.
I'm not even a movie person. I've seen that.
The craziest variants are
You got the Schwartz.
Super
comparisons
bad.
are out there.
Super bad. I would put up at a 9. I would put.
All right,
that's
super,
a-
okay,
Superbad.
yeah.
That's a
nine.
little bit. That's a little bit better than Napoleon Dynamite.
Higher.
Pineapple
9.2.
Express.
9.2. Super bad.
I don't.
9.2.
I just feel like Napoleon Dynamite is in its own category. It's just like
Yeah.
like you can't compare like I'm sorry, what is it? Super Troopers to
Low
Napoleon
budget
Dynamite.
comedies. Low budget comedies.
I
Or
guess
Superbad.
in that case, then Superbad all the way, right? Like easy, right?
Yeah,
Superbad's
Superbad
not
is
low budget.
Clerks, the first one.
Superbad's not low budget.
What?
I mean,
Superbad is not low budget.
No, not Superbad.
It'd be like Clerks. Well, Blair Witch is horror.
Low
Well,
budget. No,
what
I mean
about-
like. I mean, I don't know, because I understand like there's like the comparison between the comedies, but it's hard to like categorize because I just feel like Napoleon Dynamite's a bit different in the style.
It is. I mean,
Yeah, it's acquired
Superbad-
taste. I can
It
understand
is
why
I
can understand why somebody wouldn't like it.
Oh, for sure, absolutely.
What about Princess?
It's kind of, it's openly stupid.
Yeah.
And it's secretly funny. It's
It
kind
Yeah,
of
is.
the
but
way
like
I-
Superbad
True.
had
That's true.
one-liners, like when Jonah Hill says to McLovin, he's like, "Bogle, you wore the vest. Jesus Christ, you look like Aladdin." That fucking hit me. I was like, "Yeah, dude, he does. What is this?" You know?
Or when he's got the license, he's like, "What are you, Seal?" Or what?
You only have one name. You have one name. Your name is one name. What are you, Seal? You think you are Seal?
And I think when Jonah Hill is like picturing the robbery or him trying to go buy booze, what is the dude says like, "All right, that'll be $33," and he gives him like a $33 bill or something.
Yeah.
So stupid.
He goes, "Sha," and it's like the exact amount.
Didn't make any sense, but yet I couldn't.
And
watch
the dick pic scene where he drew all the pictures of the dick. I showed that to my son, unfortunately, when he was like 11, and every time there's a chance to draw a penis with something, like a squirt bottle, he will be at like a public place, and he'll draw a gigantic penis. Like with his water on the ground,
That's funny.
just
That's
to
my
embarrass
boy.
us.
Like there was a formative time in his life where you could impress anything on him, and you showed him this one scene, and that was the moment that his upbringing walked into. Now he's like,
there was relevance. It wasn't like just out of nowhere. I showed it to him. Like,
Hey, look at all these penises.
He like took like silly putty and make the shape of a penis or something, and I showed him that scene because it was funny.
All right. Low budget comedies. Clerks. Napoleon Dynamite. Lost in Translation.
I didn't love that.
Both
Although
Juno.
the opening scene of Lost in Translation.
I don't even know
Translation. Does anybody know what it is?
I'd have to see the movie.
I saw
again.
the movie once. I liked it, but I don't remember what the opening.
Is that Bill Murray in it?
Yeah.
It's Scarlett Johansson in a see-through pair of underwear laying on her back, on her side, facing away from the camera, and it scrolls down her body past her posterior.
Nice.
And it is a pretty good opening scene.
Historical.
I mean, Bill Murray was probably like, well, let's just show Scarlett in her underwear for the first 2 minutes, and then people will like the movie. And they were probably like, all right, good idea, Mr. Murray.
I mean,
I don't
how
know
does
why
it
else
compare
they
to
did
Samurai Cop?
It's a good hook. Samurai
It's a good
Cop.
And then the
That
last,
Great
last
movie.
was
Great
Little
movie.
Shop of Horrors.
Rick Moranis, not
Was that a
great.
comedy?
Yeah,
I'm
I
thinking of
didn't.
the Robin Williams one.
I
Toy.
didn't really like Little Shop of Horrors that much.
I mean, it was entertaining as a kid, but it wasn't like entertaining like The Godfather was entertaining. Little Shop of Horrors was sort of
goofy.
I guess you could say it was kind of like that Rocky Horror Picture Show sort of feel.
Oh shit! This guy.
Blues Brothers. That's close to the top of my.
That's the
comedy.
Pantheon
Oh,
Brothers.
Blues Brothers
That's
is great.
close.
I didn't get a chance to see Little Shop of Horrors. Damn it.
We
But-
should do Blues Brothers for a movie night, Riddle, because I haven't seen that, and everybody talks good about it.
Well,
I'm down.
if you're gonna do that, you got to do Animal House as well.
Oh
I think.
Well,
I mean, are those like roughly the same? Because that's very
No.
different in my mind.
no.
Are you guys
They're
actually going to
definitely
join
different,
on
but
these movie
John
nights? Or what?
Belushi. About.
Oh, okay.
Depends on what movie's playing.
It's Belushi. That's all I'm pointing at.
So
Those
is
are
Blue
his two.
Brothers part of Saturday Night Live?
Is
Was
what?
who?
I mean, loosely.
Was it? Did it come from Saturday Night Live?
Did
Blue
what? I
Brothers.
missed.
The Blue Brothers.
No. The
I
Blues
don't
Brothers did not.
recall.
Okay.
No, they were never on SNL.
I thought they
No.
were. You sure they were?
What about
They were
S&M?
not.
No,
They
they
were
may, they,
on
they,
after
may
the
have-
concept of the movie, but
they may have made references to them or had them on later, but like
Okay.
it didn't come from SNL.
They didn't have like a Blues Brothers like where they did a song together on SNL.
they may have,
But
Maybe,
as
I
a
don't know.
performance.
Yeah, that's
Well-
what I'm talking about.
yeah.
But the idea
Uh,
of it was those two came up with it, and it had to do with music. And, like, of
Oh,
course,
yeah.
the movie
Yeah,
has
it's a good movie.
Ray Charles.
It's great.
It's
It's
got
great.
Aretha Franklin. I mean, there's so many great performances in that movie.
Yeah, it is.
Let's see. Yeah,
But-
it looks like they had a performance on SNL. Yeah,
Yeah, I'd
thought-
say
I thought-
National
I thought they
Lampoon's
like a while.
Vacation
Yeah, actually,
and
not too long ago.
counts.
But yeah,
National Lampoons?
but the origin
Yeah.
wasn't. Oh, National Lampoon. You know what? I don't know. They're kind of hit and miss for me in National Lampoons.
Well, the original, though,
I love
Wally World,
Vacation. It was
I like the Christmas Animal House, and the one with Brian or wherever Reynolds, Van Wilder, I think it was.
That
Van
was all right.
Wilder.
Porky's. Yeah, Porky's was good.
I remember the chocolate eclairs for sure.
Porky's is from my era.
That was
Porky's
racist
was
as hell,
awesome.
dude.
It was a
That
good
was
one.
the most racist movie I remember seeing in a long time.
Well,
don't
to
even
me,
remember.
it didn't matter. It would come on like USA up all night, and it'd be Porky's, and I might get to see a chick in like her underwear for 5 seconds. So I'd be
For
like,
me, yeah, it was like boobs.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
What time era was that? 70s,
the 20s.
It was probably the early 80s.
early 80s.
Yeah, it was on 80s.
Porky's.
Remember Elvira hosted Up All Night on one of those old channels like USA.
MTV
Porky-
music videos
yeah,
for me, buddy.
Porky's 81. Yeah, does that makes.
Porky's and Revenge of the Nerds. There you go. Revenge of the Nerds was
Oh, that was a great
fire,
movie too.
dude. Fire.
Fast Times at Richmond High.
Oh, that was outstanding. But
Classic.
it wasn't a comedy.
That wasn't a comedy.
I don't think so.
All right, let's grab a random jar out of the box.
It was a great
a lot
movie.
of it.
It looks like a comedy. Let's just see.
Were you playing with drugs, Steve? Don't you remember the DARE program? Didn't that shape your life?
It's not drugs, homeboy.
Didn't last
Steve,
day post a
we're going
girlfriend
to
stabbed her
drug.
boyfriend because of that stuff.
Stuff smells incredible.
Riddle, was the DARE program still around when you were in school?
Oh yeah, for sure. It's in full force.
They dropped that shit hot. I don't think it's around.
Not anymore. But yeah,
Now it's like do your job.
I-
dude.
I still remember all the songs that they taught and everything. To this day,
Yeah,
did that help?
Most
Nah,
definitely.
I still smoked weed.
probably motivated.
Scum's here. Let him
Like
in.
I didn't do other stuff, but I still smoked weed.
Scum!
And shit, so.
What up, dog?
What's up, Scum?
Going on, y'all? Cheers from Toronto, eh, buds?
Cheers,
Good to see
mate.
you.
Speaking of
Top of the
dare,
morning to you.
The only thing we did with Dare was buy their license plates because they were all blacked out, and if you had a blacked out car, we all bought Dare license plates.
Right. Yeah, back in the day, like
Nah, it wasn't
we lined up
too
a
mean.
few deals with some guys in a hard hitting area. They pulled up in a fucking. This was way back when I was a teenager.
Yeah.
In literally a black Beamer, fully blacked out. My buddy got out, went over, did the deal, got back in my car, we left. I'm like, that car's windows were so fucking dark. Like, I would think every cop within any miles is going to be like going for these guys, but that's how it was back then. Like,
Well, come to Philly, that's how most of the cars are too. Tinted out, black rims, black lights, everything.
Murdered out, they call it.
yeah, there you go.
Murdered out, yep.
And have you noticed the new thing with the flashing brake lights?
No.
They're doing
Notice
that
it
up
on
here now.
Harleys, I see it.
Well, cars are doing it now up here where you hit the brakes and the friggin' brake light blinks like 5 times and then goes on solid.
That's to
Oh,
induce
Mustangs used to do that
seizure.
too. Mustangs would do that. The 3 lights in the back.
No kidding, huh? I've never heard of it before.
Are you guys all aware of the 300,000 condoms that were passed out to the athletes in the Olympic Village?
Nope.
I'm happy about it.
I'm just like, it sounds like they literally like breed Olympians every Olympics in the Olympic Village.
Not if they're using condoms.
Did
They're
you
just
see
having
the
sex.
athletes
I don't know.
Have you seen the athletes there?
Some of the girls' beach volleyball ones.
Oh, there you go.
Track and field.
This
I would run faster, that's for sure.
Yeah, some of those guys are really shredded too, right, bro?
Some of the girls are really shredded.
But
There's
I
a
mean,
difference these days.
Sometimes.
I don't have a problem with them giving out condoms. I think
Why,
sex
who has
is
problems
good.
with that?
Well, there's
Yeah,
only
let's give out
9,000.
condoms to
There's only
India and save
9,000
my
Olympians. There's only 9,000 Olympians. 300,000 condoms is a lot of work.
They're pretty young, RW.
They got
And they're
young
probably
back.
pretty fast.
Yeah, and like a lot of them probably find each other hot as hell because they're athletes. So
Yeah,
they're like,
gold medal. We're having sex. Not even
Yeah.
a choice.
They're going to build a hell of a future Olympian.
That's right.
on IG today, I saw the guy who won shot put was already back in America, and he was doing the shot put. In the corner of his video, he had his black lab with the gold medal on. I was like, "That's a nice touch, bro."
And all
It's
the
funny.
condom
He didn't wait around. He's like, "I won. Well, heading home," because the video was up 2 days ago. So
It's a shame. I usually watch them. I haven't watched any of it this year, so
I know.
even
Sha'Carri
broken
Richardson is a real beast on the track. She's great. Fire.
is
I
she
just
the
saw
one
what
that
Ashley said in the chat. That's funny. It made me think that we should start a business for selling unvaccinated semen around the world.
Especially if it's Olympian. We could sell it from the pub.
Sounds like Hairway to Steven was
Unvaccinated.
Wow, old reference.
Oh, I forgot
he was
about
more
him.
concerned about blood transfusions.
it was this guy.
Yeah.
Interesting.
More
More
context for the young dude
transfusions,
here.
right.
Come on, man.
There
Was
was
that the gay diver?
there was a guy that used to come on the show, and he was very anti-vax altogether.
Mhm.
That something happened, and he didn't want his mother going, or somebody in his family not going to the hospital and getting a blood infusion because they couldn't tell him if the blood was from a vax person.
Hmm.
And that's what I wonder too. Like when you go give blood, do they ask you now? Like I wonder.
I don't think that's even
There's
thought
all
question.
kinds of vaccinations. They don't ask you if each one of those you've been vaccinated for them.
Yeah, it's a little different than the last jab. Come on now. Don't say they're all the same.
I don't know.
What happened to the individual? I mean, that wasn't that long ago.
Steve blew his top and told him to fuck off.
Oh, really?
Well, no, we didn't say that.
He lost it.
That's like so
there was
not-
more. There was more context.
There's
to
more
it. He just-
context.
yeah, he just was like, he just wasn't so much a team player.
Okay.
Probably the easiest way to put it.
He liked
Series
to
5.
he liked to jump into topics and steer them away.
Towards anti-vax.
No, anything.
No, that wasn't
not that, but anything. If he wasn't interested, he would just jump in and just steer it the way he wanted the conversation to go.
Amateur.
He talked too much.
I did lose it.
Well,
It's just-
what happened? What happened to Smokesteve's defense? Because it was for all of our sake. He wasn't allowed back in, and he was going off on all of us because he thought it was our fault. And then Smokesteve was like, "No, it's not their fault. It's this guy's fault, basically." So he took full-on responsibility, and it's admirable.
Well, thank you. Well, anyways, yeah, that's in the past, and he wasn't a bad guy. And if
He wasn't that bad. He was just like, you're not going to gel with everybody that is sitting at a pub all the time.
Yeah, he was a good guy, and if he came back, I'd welcome him back with open arms. Until if he behaved the same, then we would have the same blow up, and we could keep redoing the cycle every few years until we die. Which probably
he would be working. He would call into the stream.
That was another annoying thing. That was why I was always annoyed by him, because he was a UPS guy, and he'd be on his route and he'd call in here. So like 80% of the time, you would just hear packages like smashing against his little brown truck, and like him doing his delivery route thing. And
like
we were just supposed
to
to
delivery.
He wouldn't. Yeah, he wouldn't silence his mic, so it was annoying.
So I mean, is everybody on this panel besides me and Riddle from this pub originally, like all the way from the beginning?
Yes.
Scum is
not me.
No, Scum wasn't. So yeah,
but I mean, I feel like
and bass doesn't go all the way back. But
so, how long have you guys been live on YouTube with this thing? I've been doing these panels for like 8 years now, and I've been on here for 15 years. So I saw you come along, but were you doing something behind the scenes before that, or?
I don't really remember.
Because
valid answer.
We were using Uvu to do 12-person panels behind the scenes. It wasn't.
You know what? To tell you the truth, it was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine, Salt and Pepper, and Heavy D up in the limousine. Anybody?
Biggie.
That's a pretty notorious song, buddy.
Yeah, there was a site a long time ago called Live Leak, and that's where it originated from. We were, we're on there, and then the guy that kind of started that had his own thing, and he started this during the beginning of the pandemic, and he was doing it like every day for a while, and then, then every weekend, and then he was like, I got other things to do with my life, and Smokesteve was like, I'm not going to let that go to nothing. I'll do it. So he took it over, and since then, Smokesteve every Saturday has been graciously, to all our sake.
So how did it get to going live on YouTube? Was that during that transition, or was it?
Yeah, no, Hayden did it back then.
The guy that owned Live Leak, he had his own live show that he used to do,
and then paid for a whole year of StreamYard and gave it to me and gave me his code, so I was doing it on his thing the whole time. Then after a year, he was like, I don't want to re-up for another $350, but I really think you should keep it going. I said, I totally understand, bro. I knew what he was doing. He was getting movies going and short films and stuff. And I said, yeah, go. And I fucking picked up the StreamYard account. I switched it over to my YouTube channel. And some of these guys came from there, like Cup of Tea and a few other guys were from the old Live League days.
Mr. Kill.
Mr. Kill, exactly.
I banned Mr.
But make no mistake.
I banned Mr. Kill on my show last night from my channel.
Are you?
Did you?
Yeah.
Why?
I almost banned him the other day because he came in and was totally ruining the vibe and just maybe had no idea what I've been doing on there for 8 years live on YouTube. I don't know.
Well, Mr. Kill's got a strong opinion sometimes.
You can't be saying that stuff here, man. Like, I don't know who you think you are, but...
Oh, yeah. Mr. Kill's a passionate guy. We love him for that.
He came on and was telling me to do the opposite of what I've been doing for 8 years on here. And I was just like, I think you're in the wrong place, man.
Wow.
I'm so
you
shocked.
Guys know him well, then.
I'm so shocked.
A year or two on here, right?
No, he's a good guy. He's fiery. He doesn't. And another thing about Mr. Kill, he'll always come back and be like, "Hey, I'm back. Hey, how are you?" He's
he might be back again, and
he might be cool. He might be wild. He's Mr. Kill.
Shaner, Mr. God to you.
Well, the problem with him was on my channel, he was the opposite of being wild. He was being like an uptight pussy, so I had to ban him.
Hey. Vibes are vibes, bro.
I don't know, man. That doesn't sound like Mr. Kill.
That's what I
Uptight.
mean, right? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. It was weird.
Well, he might have had a hard day.
Like if we were partying super hard, he was telling us to tone it down. Nothing to do with religion or politics or anything, just partying. And I'm just we're not going to tone it down. We're going to get more hardcore. And he's just like,
there's one thing about Mr. Kill C, and Smokesteve knows this very well, is that if he would rather, he's not going to beat around the bush to what he would rather it be like. So he'll let you know, and you can do with that as you wish. You can be like, fuck off, no, I'm going to do my own thing. Go get your own show.
He's going to speak his mind. He's not going
Right.
to try and just play along for the sake of it. I get it.
That's just how he
do
is.
you find like one new person for your show every year that kind
No.
of moves around?
They come and go.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I will say what I wanted to say a minute ago is this right here, what we're doing tonight. This is Smokesteve's pub, though. There's no mistake. This is his own thing. It's not like, Lively 10.7 at this point.
Yeah,
this
it's far removed. It's
this
very
is
far
Smokesteve.
removed.
This is Smokesteve's show, and that's why we show up every week to be on Smokesteve's show.
Right, but in another sense, I never want to lose that connection. My roots.
No,
do
I
come
get you.
from that.
Yeah, right.
And you too, buddy. And Last Dance, and fucking Topple Down the Bottom. You guys from our Lively.
I'm here because your age group's similar to my channel. That's pretty much the deal, I think. It's kind of like 30 plus.
What do you do? What's
Yeah.
your channel all about? What?
It's like I'm the original virtual bar on here for going live. So
Oh yeah, really? Oh,
So it'd be like I play
it's
music
great.
constantly. It'd be like what's going on now, but you hear music in the background. Be a little more chaotic, like an actual bar. And I don't do politics and religion and stuff like you guys do. It's strictly kind of like sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and drinking beer and shit.
yeah.
So
Well, I wish it was
we
all.
can get into other topics. We try not to get into like political stuff. But
Yeah, I wish it was. I wish there was less political.
that's why I like coming here. This is my political pub. So
Do
I don't
you
know.
want to talk about your
Yeah.
Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, David?
I don't do that.
Yeah.
I got heavy political opinions, but I don't do that on my channel because I can't stand it most of the time. I don't want to do it every day, and I've been doing it every day for like 7 years. So it's like I don't want to do it all the time. So once a week's okay,
I mean, it's good for some people to have a space where they don't get to talk about politics for a while, because some people never disengage.
And that's what a lot of people like and tell me about my shit, right?
I like to talk about politics with these guys because they are wise, and I learn, and I get different points of view, and I get smarter.
Are you talking about
Wow.
Yes, and this is a better area to do it than my channel. My channel's more like a topic bar. Here you can actually have
BRB.
order, and there's there's a little bit of order, so you can have an intelligent adult conversation, right?
Oh,
My shit
yeah.
gets a little bit more
I
drunk
agree.
and hot, and it's just different.
Have
right?
you met McGrande yet, Scum?
I've seen
my
him
name for a
many
while.
times. I like when he gets all drunk and comes in and he's all fired up and he's like, "You guys don't know that." He gets all crazy. I love him.
We're busy dude stepping most of the time, so he's got to put
I
us.
wouldn't want him at my bar. He's too political. He wouldn't be able to contain that. He wouldn't be able to separate it, I don't think.
He's the best of all worlds,
He's
and the worst of all worlds.
yeah, right. I don't know if he's too political because you can talk about normal stuff with him too.
Yeah.
It just
Seems a
this-
bit like
this-
conspiracy theory, paranoid political.
oh, I don't know about
That
that.
would be-
It's all the
Extreme-
inside
ex-
information.
He's definitely more liberal.
He's more liberal. He doesn't let the only problem I have with him is he doesn't let you talk.
Yeah, that's the problem with the pub.
But he always apologizes about it, though.
No, he doesn't. He
does. Oh,
he gets real quiet. He goes to the back. Oh, you can tell he's offended, and then he leaves, and then he comes back next week.
He gets serious. Gets wound
Oh,
up.
Riddle, you're muted, dude. You're muted.
Hey,
Hello?
oh yeah, now we can hear you. Now we can
Okay,
hear you.
my bad. Sorry. Yeah, no, he's okay. Yeah, McGrandy's funny because he's called me a pussy and a goose stepper and a Nazi and shit.
Goose.
Well,
That's
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I'm like, what the?
Goose.
funny.
I mean, he apologized for
sometimes
it, but
he's pretty drunk often.
Yeah, he gets
and
drunk.
he gets angry. He really gets angry.
yeah,
But
Yeah.
he's really a smart
When he
guy.
comes on, he's like
He knows
12
his
years
history.
deep. It's like, oh, yeah,
he's all right.
he's
He's all right.
He consumes history all the time, from my
He-
understanding. Like
he
that is
does-
his
Yeah.
He is very knows like the names of these little events that happen in wars and stuff, and
random
you know,
generals from
last
Turkey.
him and Last Dance like never agree on like
Right.
those things.
on principle.
What I loved was his anti-Trump videos on Lively. They were just great.
How long have you known that guy for?
Oh, forever.
Forever?
What I
Yeah.
liked
10
about his anti-Trump videos, is
10
they were-
10
The
years.
way you acted
Yeah,
around
it
him
was
was
the
like
case
he
emotion.
wasn't
Over-
he didn't
over
know
10
forever, like he was just a year or two, maybe. I don't know.
Over 10 years. I've known the Last Dance and Topple for over 10 years.
That's like my channel. It'll be over 12, 13 years and shit.
his
Wild.
his anti-Trump videos were short and cutting, and they they weren't long, boring
Who are you talking about?
speeches.
Magranda.
I'm talking about Grande. They were just
And they
easy
did
to
what
put
he
out, a
wanted
little
to
thing,
do.
and
He stirred the fucking pot with
Yeah,
them.
he invited people to hate him.
right.
And that's to be admired. There's something about that's to be admirable.
Oh, well, it depends on because I've gotten a lot of people that have hated me for that shit.
Oh,
So,
you don't need. That's
Yeah.
something I'm very familiar with.
oh.
In
Are
all
you?
of McGrandy's days.
Oh, like with, okay, I got you.
Yeah, people don't like me, man. I've made people not like me for some reason. I don't know what it is about me, but people don't like me.
It's when you joke about people.
I'm an
that aren't
Aphid
idiot.
fan. He's the best. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, Aphid, look,
The mustache back.
I like
I was
you.
gonna.
You're my friend.
I don't like
You're
him.
my friend.
Guy rocks the mustache with authority.
I thought about doing the must. I might do the must for my. I'm gonna be 51 on Monday, so this is kind of my birthday
Fucking
weekend.
Leo scumbag, eh? Just
Happy
like
birthday.
I might shave the beard for the birthday.
Look like Billy Bob Thornton.
Well, happy
Mhm.
birthday, man.
There you go.
Thank
totally
you.
does.
Is there anything on an Aphid minute list anywhere that you got?
Ooh, Aphid minute.
No,
Aphid minute.
yeah, I haven't thought. No, I
Slacking.
Aphid minute.
I
We
should
pay-
I should
pay for it.
bring I should bring the Aphid minute back. Maybe I'll
Anytime.
bring all right, maybe I'll.
I know
Work on that
you've
this
got
last week.
no time. You have zero time to put together some fucking dumb thing for my stupid
Well, I
life.
say that, but like every morning I get up at like. It seems like every morning it's earlier than the last. I just wake up and I'm like, I gotta get out of bed, and.
First, you got to clean up the diarrhea.
And I
though.
sit there and do nothing for hours until the rest of the world wakes up, and then I can go like start mingling in with them,
I'm like, yeah, I just got up 5 minutes ago too.
Yeah.
How's your day? Drinking coffee, I see.
Okay,
I
see
don't
what
get
you're
enough.
saying.
I don't get enough sleep, and it bothers me. And it's like the sun sitting here baking on me at all times. Like you didn't get enough sleep, and you're not gonna get enough sleep the next day either. And it just
So what time are you going
kills
to be
me.
up tomorrow morning?
I'll
He's
be up
already up.
most likely at 5 o'clock because it doesn't matter what time I go to bed. I get up at
That's
5 o'clock.
internal clock shit.
And then I get up, if I go to sleep at like earlier, like 9:30 or 10, if I fall asleep early, I'll get up at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And it's just like, it's so frustrating on me. It causes me to stay up once my eyes open. And it's like this mental thing, that
I don't have
goes
that
on.
problem, dude. I'm usually getting in trouble because I didn't get up.
I just try to avoid the 9 to 5 rat race. I get drunk till 5 a.m. sleep from 6 a.m. till fucking noon. I wake up at noon and go, I watch the sunrise. I'm gonna watch it set. And fucking everyone's working. They suck. And then I go to work. I've worked the same job for 23 years.
You wake up at noon?
Yeah, I work fucking 2 to 11, and I fucking get drunk from midnight till 5 a.m. And then I go to bed at 6, and I sleep till noon. And I wake up, and I fucking do it all over again. I do it for 23 years. I was doing the 4-hour live show from like midnight till 4:20 every night, fucking for like 7 years straight. And this year I moved to the country and changed my schedule a bit, but it's pretty much the same.
Yeah, right. You find your wavelength, and you're good to go. But if you have to go outside that wavelength, what a miserable experience.
anything to get away from what everyone does is what I'm after. So if I can avoid fucking being in rush hour traffic, being the 9 to 5 rat race, fucking, everything they forced me to do since I was a kid, yeah. Anything to get away from that.
Yeah,
And I still want to see the sunrise and shit, and I watch it and I go, it's beautiful, and I smoke another bowl and I fucking eat a sandwich and go to bed. Well, they all outside going, oh, I gotta go to work, I hate my life. I'm going, yeah, see ya. It's like, who wanted to get up in the morning? Some people do. I'm not one of them.
No.
I'd like to get up early.
You can imagine you like waking up early and you're like, oh, but there's a lot of people when I was on days and they're like fucking drinking coffee and I just like, oh, I hate it. I just want to sleep in. And majority of normal people who aren't fucking sheep are like, yeah, I want to sleep in. But then there's these people who think, oh, I'm missing out on the day if I don't get up at a certain time.
Never felt that.
It's like, me, it's
I think that's part of my problem.
Time, right?
Fear of missing out, aphid.
Yeah. I feel like I'm gonna waste because if you add it all up, the percentage of your life spent sleeping,
hallelujah,
that bothers me on another level.
4 hours a day
out of the suicide.
I'm not gonna. It goes back to my, like if I get a terminal illness, I'm not giving up. I'm gonna fight until I take my last breath. It's the same thing with sleeping. I think is that my mindset is I'm gonna miss out on something if I'm just
you're
laying
one of those
in
people
bed.
who thinks that you're like 100 because most people have slept most of their alive
exactly.
hours away.
Exactly.
So we've enjoyed so many of our alive hours. I'm like feeling 60 at 44.
Yeah.
I think Mr. E is basically calling Scum a pimp. He's not sure what your actual profession is, but he's basing your hours and lifestyle as a pimp.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm a steel worker. I'm a union steel worker. I fucking lift steel for a living.
You're not working
I don't
hose?
do anything special. I do honest work, so I tell people, and I'm just
pimping's honest work.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I do completely honest work, so I fucking I get sleep at night for the money.
How am I supposed to get in touch with a fine woman unless there's somebody, a manager to arrange
those apps like Grindr just aren't any good. You need a real human middleman. If you know what I'm saying.
Grindr is not the one I would use. Thank you for testing me, though. I appreciate it.
I gotta tell you, like on work days, I get up at 6. I leave at like
6:05,
6:35, 6:40, and I get to work about 7:30. So I'm a half hour early. I hang around the property.
What time's your day end?
8 to 4. I'm on the whole time though. I have to because I'm kind of an emergency employee.
Right.
Make time for my breaks and shit. So, but I get there a half hour early, and I'm just hanging around, checking things out, surfing on my phone. It's better.
You know what the best part of waking up at noon is every day? I don't need to drink a coffee to work. I just fucking drink some water, a little bit of orange juice or something, eat breakfast, go to work.
Dude, the best
people
part
on
of
days
waking
have
up
to drink
is
coffee to like get alive. I don't need shit, but I've always been like super hyper. Some people are like sleepers, right? They're deadbeats. Me, like I was always the most fucking crazy and hyper, so I don't need anything. I need downers to keep me down.
Yeah, our friend Ashley in the chat, her blood pressure.
You said I'm manic at the studio and shit. All the guys that run the studio say you're manic, whatever the fuck that means.
You're like, what do you mean manic? Where's my 8-ball?
What do I mean? Never done cocaine.
Oh.
If I did, I'd fucking probably have killed 3 people, been in prison for the rest of my life for sure. I don't think I did that stuff. Those guys who try to fight me, all the ones on cocaine.
Yeah, let me tell you one thing I know for cocaine.
I'm so against it. I fucking hate people that sell that shit.
You're asking me about mine.
Cocaine sucks, dude. It's not worth it.
Wait, what? Pain?
No, cocaine.
Oh.
Pain does
my
suck.
favorite drug of all time.
Yeah, that's not a normal vape right there. That's a cocaine vape.
Cocaine is trash, bro.
Cocaine.
Cocoa, on the other hand, is pretty delicious. It's getting pretty expensive.
Most of the 90s, I did a lot of LSD, though. A lot of mushrooms. Probably over 100 acid trips. I sold both that shit. And then after college, I fucking said I'm not doing nothing, right? So I'm just like the old dad guy with a job. Smoke cigarettes, drink beer, smoke the odd joint. That's it, man. I've never fucking been in any of that shit, man. It's fucking bad for you. A lot of friends on opiates, obviously, right? A lot of friends are fucked up as well as shit.
Yeah, the painkiller seems to be
Smoking opiates and
destroying-
all that shit. You're fucked, man. You know?
Generation X, I think, is dealing with painkillers quite a bit.
Which, when they get too expensive, they go to the next cheaper source.
Well, I mean, isn't the whole idea of Biden's campaign to make sure that pharmaceutical drugs stay affordable?
What are you trying to say?
RW, have you ever done LSD?
I've done mushrooms. I've never done MK.
Don't do it. It's not good for you. That'd be my opinion.
Yeah, don't. There's no need.
You'd have a major reset and probably end up in a mental ward. That's my guess.
I mean, if you want to do it, then do it. But if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it.
If you're afraid you're going to trip,
I appreciate the option. I did mushrooms and had a battle with demons for 8 hours, so I just decided that psychedelics are not my thing.
That never happened with that.
Too much.
That never happened with me, but I've been with somebody that did happen to, and it was a night. It was a night that I'll never forget.
You may have been
long night.
Maybe
Yeah,
it
it
was
was.
you're just around the wrong people.
Those people that I was with were all doing their own weird stuff. I was having a different situation.
Mushrooms are bringing out the inner you, and it scared you, didn't it?
Did what?
The mushrooms brought out the real you on the inside, and it fucking scared the shit out of you, didn't it?
I think it opened doorways that I wasn't enjoying and that wouldn't shut for 8 hours. So I definitely
I get that.
You were always shunning out, and then they came out, and you were fucking. Oh.
I enjoyed the aspect of like the visuals and nature and being like feeling like a unison with nature, like the moon and everything. That was cool, but not being able to turn off the bad ride for such a long time.
I totally get that.
You're supposed to set up the giggles when you do mushrooms with your buddies.
I'm happy with THC, bro. I'm good.
My daughter's boyfriend took, I think it was mushrooms. It was some hallucinogen. It was about 10 years ago when this happened. And, he was, I couldn't tell if he was in distress or not. He couldn't speak. He could make sounds, but he couldn't say words.
It's like a paralysis demon for 8 hours.
He wasn't paralyzed, but he could not he just couldn't make an intelligible sound.
Well, how was it that you were involved with this experience in his life?
Because
it seems to me like I can't fathom a situation where I would think it would be a good idea to eat some mushrooms and go around my girlfriend's father.
He didn't. My daughter was concerned for his well-being.
Okay.
So she called me.
I came down there. I'm good. I was just wondering if you have any advice for somebody that's freaking the fuck out on mushrooms.
Hey, we're going to Dad's house, Last Dance over here, and I'm thinking it's a good idea. Why don't we just eat a bunch of mushrooms before we go over there? It seems like
I didn't want to ruin his buzz, and so I wasn't sure what to do. I just kind of hung around with him for a little while. I tried asking him if he wanted me to take him to the hospital, but he couldn't communicate, so I just
thank God you didn't take him to the hospital.
I did take him to the hospital.
Your eyes.
Oh, you did take him to the hospital.
I took him to the hospital.
Oh my God.
Dude,
did you give him a pen and paper?
Mushrooms? Yeah, I think it's time to go to the hospital.
This is the absolute worst case scenario.
Did you give him a pen and paper to write down his wishes on?
It was he didn't need to go. He would have been okay without it. But I felt like I didn't know for sure what was going on.
Well, he couldn't.
He was an adult,
and he couldn't.
Next time, just get him some orange juice, extra pulp.
He couldn't talk. Like
he could not talk.
Wow, that would freak me out. I gotta admit,
that level of
you felt like you were responsible for his well-being after she introduced you and was like, "Look, what are you gonna? I'll help him."
I did feel a little responsible, but I was also genuinely concerned that he was
right.
He needed to set it. The worst that could happen was that he would be fine half an hour after he got to the hospital, and that's pretty much what happened. But that's no big deal. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
How
a
awkward.
buzzkill. Probably sobered him up right away.
I'm sure it did. Can you
How
imagine?
awkward was the
I can't even
conversation with your
picture
daughter
being in
after
that
that?
situation.
Yeah, that's like my
That's-
buddy. We're at a concert. He jumped off the stage, splits his head open. We're on acid. Has to go get like 20 stitches in his head. He said he was fucking
Oh.
sober.
I mean, he's
Speaking
not
of
a,
acid, sober.
he's not a child here. He's like they're like 20 years old. So
Right,
it's not
right,
like-
right.
They're adults,
Yeah,
and it's not like he's gonna, his dad's gonna punish him
you're
or
right.
ground him or something.
Right.
Did it change the dynamic of what you thought of your daughter's boyfriend after that?
No, I'm
Now good to go.
no,
Well,
absolutely.
Well, this was your daughter's boyfriend at the time?
Yeah.
Well, it's nice to know that your daughter's not a total nerd. I mean, she's got, pretty much makes the
Yeah,
same
real
life decisions
problem.
as most of the rest of us in here. So,
I liked him. I still like him. He's a good, interesting fella.
I had a buddy.
But they haven't been together for a long time now.
I had a buddy break his ankle trying to climb a tree to fight the Keebler elk.
They live at the bottom of the tree. What kind of moron is he?
He was eating Oreos, and a Keebler elf gave him the finger, and he wanted to fuck up the Keebler elf, and got halfway up the tree and just right to the ground.
On shrooms?
I don't know what they were doing.
Wow.
I mean, I was just a.
That was some strong shrooms.
So now I only get. I don't.
I
do
mean,
shit.
in his defense, that elf sounds like an asshole.
Well, we didn't
I
know
wish-
what he was doing.
I
He's
wish
climbing
he'd have caught
a tree
him and
person,
beaten him.
and then when he fell, he told us, "Did you see that elf come out?" And we're like, "What the fuck are you talking about, elves?" And it didn't ring to us until like he's yelling at me about eating Oreos. I'm like, the Keebler elf.
It's probably very good that happened because otherwise he would have probably drove and like.
Oh no, we were walking. We were
Okay.
walking around everywhere.
Okay.
We dropped him off at a
No,
stoop.
I'll drive.
We dropped him off at a stoop, knocked on the door, and ran away. We were
Yeah.
16.
That's called ding dong ditch.
Well, his mom wasn't happy, so.
Right. Don't blame me. The elves did it.
All right, well, I gotta take off. You guys have a wonderful week.
I think Smokesteve's getting ready to.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce too.
Slow it down.
I gotta go. I
I'm
gotta still have to
just
go. as
looking
well.
at some guitars, honestly. But
You guys have a good
One
week.
half though. That was
See
a
you,
good
Top.
run for me.
bye, Topo. What do you think? You guys want to end it? Wow, you're
I'm ready
calling
to-
it over.
I'm ready to go.
Yeah,
I gotta go as well. So
I gotta pee. Always good to
Wow,
see you
talk
guys.
about
So.
the
Yeah.
domino
See-
effect. How will just
Hey, Scum, you going live tonight?
Great talking to you a little
Fun.
bit this time, Aphid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know it.
All right.
All right, everybody, if you want to continue the party, what's the channel called? Scum Anticorp?
Scum TV.
I subbed you, scum.
Yeah, just head over and check him out. I'll be over there at some
Yeah.
point.
All right.
All
See you
right,
guys.
Anyways,
Take it easy and
much love.
thank you, everyone in the chat.
adios. Thanks, Steve.
Good night, everybody. And we'll see you next week. All right, thus ends Smokesteve's International Pub. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for everyone who's been here in the chat and on cam. You've all been great. I really enjoyed it. Let's go listen to some good rock and roll. Have a nice night. Be well. Good luck.